All right, welcome in. It is day 3 of the NFL draft here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm Donovan Cranage, joined by Will McDonald to break down rounds 4 through 7 for you, the last 4 rounds of the NFL draft this year. It's been a pleasure to cover this entire draft with everyone here at DSTV. We're going to talk a little bit about our experiences, and Will, I'll let you start.
Yeah, you talk about just a great experience. I mean, obviously, it's just so special. At least our freshman year, the NFL draft being in the city where we're going to college, just a bit up the road at from Duquesne, obviously. But I mean, just getting to be part of such a special organization such as DSTV. I mean, we work with great people. Obviously, loved working with you past couple days with this NFL draft. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Jack Morgan, Nick Fernbaugh, Morgan Carr, Harley Verivet. And honestly, we got some guys in the crowd too. We got Brendan Flato, we got Jason Abremski. Um, Truly, it takes a village to run this organization, and I got to be honest, I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else. So it's just been a wonderful experience. Honestly, never thought I'd get the chance to, I guess, work at the NFL draft. I knew I'd go to the draft, but I had no idea I'd be working at Media Credentials. So it's been the time of my life getting to work this event.
Yeah, it's been an absolute incredible experience. Like you said, everyone that's helped run it has made it just that much better. It's our final broadcast of the year, I think, at least live stream for DSTV. Obviously, we'll be back next year. We're both freshmen here to take DSTV to the moon and back.
DSTV to the moon, I love it.
But let's talk a little bit about the draft. We have Patriots fan and myself. I'm an Eagles fan. So, Will, do you want to break down your picks so far and what you thought of them?
Yeah, I honestly I've liked pretty much all of our picks. I mean, Nick Fernbaugh put it perfectly yesterday. He just said, it's not flashy picks, but it's the right picks. Caleb Lomu, the offensive tackle out of Utah. I liked what I saw from him in college this year at Utah. Obviously, teammates with Browns draft pick Spencer Fano. So obviously Utah doing well with producing their offensive linemen, but I do want to touch on Gabe Yakus, who I've actually been having my eye on for more than a month, as you can relate to. I remember sending you a Patriots fan post saying, "What do you think of this guy?" And I mean, you put it perfectly. If he's there day 2 or day 3, I'd go get him. And honestly, he's one of the best pass rushers in this draft. The Pats need a pass rusher desperately. I mean, I'm still feeling the lack of presence. I mean, we haven't really had a guy that's been notable for pass rushing since Matt Judon.
Wow, that's been a few years.
It's been a couple of years for sure. But obviously picked up the tight end yesterday, Eli Raridon out of Notre Dame. Again, it's like you said, he's not great on the run blocking, but I mean there is room to develop there. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can produce for this Pats squad.
All right, well, I'll get into the Eagles then. Obviously, we touched on it a little bit last night, but night 1, Howie Roseman jumped the Pittsburgh Steelers and stole their draft pick in front of all their fans, Makai Lemon, and I've just fallen in love with him over the past 24 hours. I've been digging more into his tape more than I did before, and there's just so much to love there. I can't wait to see how well he works with Devontae Smith, Jalen Hurts, Goddard, and our second-round draft pick, Eli Stowers. It was pretty expected with Goddard coming back on only a one-year deal that a tight end would be in the realm for us to draft, and we took one early, but the John Mackey Award winner, certainly a standout tight end in college, plays like a receiver, but in the body of a tight end, so that's always helpful. And then we took Markel Bell, a little bit of what some people would probably consider to be a reach, but I was a huge Markel Bell fan. I had him top 40 on my big board, so I think there's crazy good value in that pick. He'll be the eventual successor to Lane Johnson after he retires, whether that's this year or next year. But that wasn't all. We did trade 98 that we had last night for Jonathan Grenard, a double-digit sack getter just 2 years ago. Dealt with some injuries last year. You know, if he can stay healthy, that's a huge addition to our pass rush that we desperately needed, because it's really just headlined right now by Nolan Smith, Jalix Hunt, and Arnold Ebiketie, who's on a 1-year deal. So, the extension it was a lot of money, and it'll be interesting to see how they try to pay Mitchell and DeJean and Jalen Carter after the season with that extension in play. But, if there's anyone I trust to get the job done, it's Howie Roseman. And with that being said, it is 12 o'clock, so the fourth round of the NFL draft is officially open. The Raiders are on the clock with pick 101. And in terms of predictions, there's plenty of good talent on the board. We talked about it all last night. Jermod McCoy, the corner out of Tennessee, easily the best player available. A lot of people having him about top 15 on their big boards. He didn't play last year due to a torn ACL, and now there's suspected knee concern that he may need more surgery. He is now dropped. He is still available here at 101. I think he's in play, as well as the other corner, Keith Abney, out of Arizona State. Now, no injury concerns there. He's just dropping. I guess that teams weren't too big a fan of him. But my prediction for this pick at 101, we talked about late last night with the Raiders pick, is Elijah Surratt, the receiver out of Indiana. Not only are the Raiders a receiver needy team, but why not go out and get one of your new franchise quarterback's teammates, because Mendoza and Surratt obviously played together and won a national championship together at Indiana this past season. So I really think that would be a good fit. He'd probably be available at their next pick, but that's my prediction, Will.
Yeah, I mean, I love those predictions, honestly. And you want to talk about a guy that we've just talked so much about, and just for some reason he just hasn't gone off the board. Obviously, he dealt with the injury in January, but Jermod McCoy still on the board. I mean, we had him. You had him projected, I believe, as a
first round
draft pick,
top 12 too. I
top
thought
12.
the Dolphins were going to take him at 11.
I mean, he's been at least on the ESPN NFL draft website. I mean, he's been best available for a couple rounds now. I mean,
well, we have already breaking news. The Bills traded up to that first pick, only moving up one spot. So it'll actually be the Bills now selecting at 101. Oh, never mind. I read that completely wrong. That was a previous trade. So the Bills would have been on the clock, but it is still the Raiders. And that actually reminded me that I have to turn my Twitter notifications off so I don't get the picks spoiled. Thank you, Adam Schefter. But yeah, there's still plenty of talent on the board. Maybe that's just because I went and watched tape from 260 players, so I think there's still a lot of good guys available that I'm excited to see go off the board, which we'll get into a little bit more. We won't have analysis on every player for you, as these later rounds go on. It goes pretty quick. They won't even announce some of them on TV because they'll be on ads, but we're going to get you as much coverage as possible today, as Roger Goodell is at the podium right now, opening up day 3, the final day of 2026, the last day of the draft in Pittsburgh. And I would say the city of Pittsburgh pleasantly surprised me on how this was operated this week. So shout out to them. I think it's gone very smoothly. Pat McAfee said it last night. There's been no arrests so far. The traffic has been good. The weather the first 2 days was perfect. It's a little rainy now, but
yeah,
you can't control that.
I mean, you talk about how well the city of Pittsburgh's done. I mean, I talked with so many people leading up to this saying, "Oh, I'm not going to go. It's too crowded." I mean, it is crowded. I mean, there were 320,000 people there the first day. I mean, Pittsburgh's a city of 300,000, so
right.
I think. But I mean, you want to talk about how well they have done with crowd control here. I mean, there's been literally nothing negative to say about this whole experience. I mean, everybody that I've talked to is just. They're happy, they're joyful, they're in a good mood, they're at the NFL draft supporting their team, or just being a native Pittsburgher, just supporting the draft, being in their city, which is such a unique experience to so many people. And I also just want to thank the workers, just who've been able to, from draft maintenance, we've met so many nice workers, so many nice people here. I mean, I honestly can't say enough about how positive of an experience this draft has been.
It's been amazing, but we'll get into it now. So I believe the fourth round, each team has 5 minutes, and you won't see every team taking up 5 minutes here as we get into it. But I'm not sure the time after that. I know it goes down I think to 4 minutes, either in the 5th or 6th round, and I'm not sure about anything really after that. But we'll see. The Raiders are currently on the clock with 101, like we said. Let's talk about the Raiders draft a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to bring up. I might have to have you bring up the picks here because I can remember a few, but there might be a few I'm forgetting as well.
Absolutely.
Obviously, at the 101, they took Fernando Mendoza, who they will believe to be that franchise quarterback in Las Vegas. Now, he might not get the Week 1 start with Kirk Cousins there, but I think he's probably, the best mentor that they could have. It was no surprise to see that they had Mendoza as their selection, and I mean, I think he's the future in Vegas. I love him as a prospect, as a person, as a player. It's nothing but positive things about him.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about nothing but positivity. Fernando Mendoza is your guy. Also taking the safety out of Oregon, Arizona, trade in Stooks. Obviously, you've done more, I guess, a lot more research than most people here have. So, let's give me as quick a breakdown as you can.
Yeah, well, I'll be interested to see. They have him as a safety. He played a little bit of corner at Arizona, which is where I thought he was going to get drafted. Now, the Raiders could rarely use help in any part of their secondary, so maybe we see a little bit more of a versatile role out of him. I don't know. I do like the pick though. That was early in the 2nd round.
You had Kieran Crawford.
That's right. I do like him. I think he'll be a very good complement to Max Crosby on the defensive line. He's super speedy. As we get the notification that the pick is in for the Raiders, so that selection will be coming up here soon.
Also got Trey Zune,
the guard. Okay, so yeah, they've been building the trenches. That's 2 defense, 2 offense, which we know they could use help anywhere. So I really don't hate that. You're building up that roster to hopefully compete. You would hope during Mendoza's rookie contract before you have to extend him. Obviously, I'd be surprised if they left the draft here without a weapon in the receiving game, likely a receiver because their tight end room is already pretty full with Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer. So I would expect a receiver to be taken somewhat soon. I'm not sure their picks after that. I'm not sure if it says it there either, but we will see in just a few minutes here what is going on with the Raiders pick.
They got the 34th pick. Or they got the 134th pick, rather.
Okay, so
they got another pick. They got another pick this round.
The 2 and the 4th, I would expect one of them to be a receiver. It would really surprise me if that were not the case.
Yeah.
We'll see here.
Then again, it's been a surprising draft.
It has been a surprising draft. You talk about, I think Drew Aller caught a lot of people off guard last night going to the Steelers. It doesn't surprise me as much with Rodgers on the fence about coming back. That would leave you with 2 quarterbacks on the roster. Now you have 2 young guys with Drew Aller and Will Howard, so that'll be an interesting training camp battle to keep your eye on throughout the offseason, whether Rodgers is back or not, whether it's for that QB1 spot or QB2. We're not too sure just yet, but the Bills pick is in also, so the Jets are on the clock here as we're still yet to see this Raiders selection. We're not even 1 pick in, and we're already behind. I will say, as they're about to make the selection, the NFL did a great job by switching that first round from 10 minutes to 8 minutes.
Absolutely.
It made it so much quicker and so much easier to watch. But here's the selection. Was it McCoy? I heard Tennessee. It was Jermon McCoy.
First guy off the board.
So we'll switch to. Actually, I don't have the audio connected, so we won't switch to the player graphic.
Yeah.
But wow, we talked about it before. Jermon McCoy, the first guy off the board here on day 4, and good for him, man. Just an absolute animal in man coverage, excellent makeup speed. The footwork speaks for itself, and just really genuinely a lockdown man corner, quick instincts. So we talk about the injury, tore his ACL. He missed the entire season, causing teams to pass on him. He drops all the way to the 4th round, and the Raiders select it. I think this is a home run pick for the Raiders because, look, you're not in a spot to compete right now. You don't have to rush his recovery. You can let him come back, in due time. You don't have to rush him back. Let him come back when he's truly healthy, and then he will be an animal in that secondary. A long trade in Stooks, who, might play corner, might play safety, but, man, do I love that pick for the Raiders. He was my best player available going into today, And I had a first round grade on him. So the last player that I had a first round grade on gets selected here in the first pick of the 4th round.
Now you talk about the Bills here. They are in desperate need of a wide receiver. I mean, Josh Allen, he hasn't had that guy to throw to. I mean, you obviously thought that kid out of Florida State or Keon Coleman would be the answer there, but a little bit of issues there with the front office and the coaching staff. So I don't think he'll be the answer there. But I mean, you really haven't had a guy to throw to since I guess Diggs.
They did trade for DJ Moore, but I think receiver is definitely still in play here, as their selection is about to be made. Okay. So they do go offense. They don't go receiver. It's Jude Bowery. Very wide base was one of the first things I noticed. He didn't really stand out with his hands. I thought his footwork was very poor, a little bit of clumsy. When you talk about injury prone with Jermon McCoy, I think Bowery comes up too. He only missed 3 games, but 3 different injuries, so it might be something you want to watch out for. I think he was probably a better run blocker than he was pass protector, but I thought he was just not very polished, very raw. He had his moments, but I wasn't a huge fan of Bowery. I'd have to look at my rankings real quick where I had him among tackles in this class, and that would be 15 out of 23. Now, a good amount of those guys, there's only 3 guys available that I had above him, so I don't hate the pick, but I can't sit here and defend it like I'm very big of a fan.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Bills, I don't know, Bills fans, what do you think? Because it seems to be the same story every draft with just disappointing the fans, trading out of the first round, taking a player that, isn't too exciting. And I think that continues this year. They traded out of the first round and they selected early in the second round, but I'm drawing a blank on who it was. Was it Caden McDonald? No, it was not Caden McDonald. And I'm going to know it as soon as I see it.
Second rounder, they drafted TJ
Parker, right. So it was the edge out of Clemson. A little bit of project, I think. He's a little bit raw, so, we'll see. We'll see what they do with him. If he can produce right away, I think is what the Bills would hope for. But just when you talk terms, great athlete, but as a defensive end, just completely raw. So this will be the Jets selection here after what's been a very productive, very busy few days for the Jets here.
International fans of the year, you guys are amazing. And with the 103 pick in the NFL draft, New York Jets select Darrell Jackson Jr., defensive tackle, Florida State.
Yeah, so Darrell Jackson Jr., the defensive tackle, not another guy I was not very high on. And I was a little lower on him than most, I will say that. He was a super powerful hand fighter with a big frame and really long arms. Just more of an impact as a run defender. I thought in terms of pass rush, he had a good bull rush. That was definitely his best move, but just isn't very consistent. I said that I could see him dropping for the later rounds, and I think we can agree that 4th round is somewhat later.
Yeah, that's a day 3 pick.
Exactly. So, it's a day 3 pick. It's not going to be a home run every time like Jermon McCoy. I think he'll be a decent impact player, on the Jets roster. Maybe he can be more than just an impact player with Mozzie Smith as their other defensive tackle after trading away Quinnen Williams. So that'll be interesting to see, but I don't know if I can get behind that. Let me see in terms of where I had him in my best available list. I know it was pretty low just because I had him at 117 as my best available player. So yeah, I can't really get behind that because I can tell you there's probably 10 D tackles that I had above him.
And you talk about the Cardinals. They obviously got their selection last night with Carson Beck at quarterback, so I think he'll have to wait a little bit behind Brissett, maybe learn from him a little bit more. But now I think you need to continue to either build on that O line, add to Paris Johnson, add to who they take?
Well, they did take a guard earlier yesterday.
Yeah, they did take a guard. I'm blanking on his name though. Probably not great.
I want to say it was Basantis, and I was a big fan of Chase. It
Yeah,
was
they
Chase
did take
Basantis.
Basantis yesterday.
I was a huge fan of him. I think that's going to be a really good pick. And they traded for signed Isaac Sayamalu as well. So the interior might be set. Their tackles, I know Paris Johnson is there, like you mentioned. And I don't remember if DJ Humphreys is still there.
I mean, I'd honestly look for an edge rusher here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anything on that defense could be looked at as an upgrade or at least a role player. And there's still a lot of good, defensive ends available as well as guys in the secondary. But I look more to Joshua Josephs, who has an identity as a run defender. I thought he would have gone before here in round 4, but it doesn't surprise me that he is here. I think he would be a good selection for this Arizona Cardinals team, a defense that struggled immensely last year under Jonathan Gannon. Now you have an offensive head coach. So just that defense is going in all kinds of different places. I know Josh Sweat even talked about possibly asking for a trade. I love Josh Sweat. I wish he was still with the Eagles. But, anything's in play here. But I do like the call for an edge rusher as they're going to make this selection soon here.
Oh, that's a great pick.
I love that.
That pick.
So Caleb Proctor, Southeastern Louisiana. Probably never heard of that school before I watched Caleb Proctor's tape, but super dominant. He had 9.5 sacks, I think, this year as a defensive tackle. That doesn't happen unless you're like Aaron Donald. Now, I don't think he'll have 9.5 sacks as an NFL defensive lineman, but just absolutely dominant at the FCS level. I'm so happy he went this early. I thought he might have slipped even further with the small school rhetoric that we touched on yesterday. Me and Nick specifically at least, but he's super good with his hands, able to slip through the guards and disrupt the run game and just simply takes over as a pass rusher. So it's not an edge rusher, but nonetheless help on the defensive line to go along with Walter Nolan, who they selected early in the first round this past draft in 2025. I really like that pick. That's probably my second favorite pick this round besides Jermon McCoy, who was, going to be my obvious favorite pick of the entire day here. Let's see where I had him on my best available. It was probably a little bit lower, but I still, nonetheless, I do love that pick. I like him better than who's the defensive tackle that was just taken a few picks ago.
Yikes.
Are we
all out of sorts?
Oh, Darrell Jackson Jr. Yeah, I like that pick a lot better than I like Darrell Jackson Jr. So good for Proctor. I hope he makes a name for himself. The Cardinals is certainly a place that you can do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he was in my top 30 coming into today. Now, obviously, rankings are going to be all over the place when you're at this point in the draft. So, top 30, I love the pick there. There's so many places that you can go with at this point in the draft. You have to wonder if Cardinals fans, does that make up for the Carson Beck pick? I think probably not. That was actually atrocious. But when you look at quarterbacks, Garrett Nussmeier still on the board at LSU. He was looked at as the QB3. There's been 4 taken, Mendoza and Simpson in the first round, Carson Beck and Drew Aller last night. Garrett Nussmeier still available. I think we probably see him go off the board sometime in the first 2 rounds today, whether it's round 4 or round 5. I would think round 4, but I mean, you never know at this point. You never know at this point in the draft what's going to go on, as the Texans are on the clock here, but I know the Chargers pick is in, so we're waiting on that right now. Chargers, I'll have to bring up their class. I know Akeem Mesidor headlined that in the first round, which I was on that pick. I actually had him in my mock. It was one of my few few correct picks that I had.
They had that trade with New England, where New England obviously wound up taking Gabe Yakus, but they took Jake Slaughter with their pick last night.
Yeah, and it looks like he'll play guard for them. He did play center at Florida, but the Akeem Mesidor pick I'm a big fan of. You get, well, I would say young, but he is 25 years old, an experienced defensive end in terms of very successful in the pass rush, and I think just tremendous upside as a run defender as well. He showed flashes this year in his very long season as Miami that went all the way to the national championship. But a solid addition for the Chargers. I can so see him just being a hardball guy, and Jake Slaughter as well, because he's just down, driving, gritty offensive lineman.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. You talk about the Chargers. I really don't think you need an offensive lineman now. I mean, you took care of that with your past couple picks. I'd look at a D tackle. I'd look at Javian Harris. He's ranked 5th at his position according to ESPN. I mean, I like what I saw from him out of Ole Miss this year. I mean, you need an edge, or you need not an edge rusher rather. You need a defensive tackle. I mean, he's probably one of the best on the board right now, so I'd go after him.
I'd be surprised if they didn't go secondary here. Did they draft a safety last night, I want to say? Because I remember talking about it. Maybe it was just a prediction. But I would say corner is a big need, and there's a lot of good corners still on the board. Specifically, Keontae Scott and Keith Abney is who I'm thinking of. Just looking at my best available over here, guys. Don't mind me. Oh, Brennan Thompson. Okay. Wow, I'm a big fan of Brennan Thompson. He made the My Guys list. One of the guys who I thought was more underrated. And when you talk about speed, you talk about Brennan Thompson. Sorry, I can't find my notes. He looks like he's shot out of a cannon as soon as the ball is snapped. Despite his size, he's a real threat on the outside. He didn't really play in the slot. His footwork is beautiful. He's able to stop on a dime. And if he is not the next Tyreek Hill, I'm not sure we'll ever have one. I think he ran a 40 time that was in the 40 time that was in the 4.2 something. I want to say 4.26, which is absolutely incredible. We talked about Jermon McCoy running a 4.38, and that's incredible because it is. But Brennan Thompson, 4.26, 40-yard dash. It was the fastest time at the combine this year. And for, to be able to go get him in the 4th round, I really like for the Chargers, who could have used some more depth at that receiver position. My 16th best player available. So, anything in that top 30, I think I'm really going to like. That's taken for my best available. And Brennan Thompson is one of those guys, to help out Justin Herbert. Because you have Quentin Johnston, you have Ladd McConkey, of course. Trey Harris is, I think, your wide receiver 3. So I think Brennan Thompson has a real chance to be that wide receiver 3, maybe even 2. Now, Johnston did have his best year as a Charger last year. Will that success be replicated? You never know. We'll see. I think the back half of the year he struggled a little bit more. Obviously, Ladd McConkey is your wide receiver 1. But yeah, I do like the Brennan Thompson pick, as we have the Houston Texans coming up here to make their first selection of the 4th round.
I'd honestly look for an O lineman for them to take here. I mean, you got Sam Hecht out of Kansas State.
Okay. Wow. That was a very aggressive draft selection, but Fabechi Nweru, actually one of the last guys I selected, and you just said it, an offensive lineman. I hike the center. Nwechi's a guard. We're talking about potato here. They needed offensive line now that they traded up for Keelan Rutledge in the first round, which really blew me away. I'm more of a fan of the value that you're getting in Nweru in the fourth round here than you are with Rutledge in the first round. I thought his hands looked a little slow, a little bit stiff even, but his size is really right about where you'd want it. He's really good as a one-on-one pass blocker, a very strong base, very over-aggressive play style. I thought he was really just good in those base protections, when he has to pull, when he has to lead block. I wasn't too big of a fan. That's always something that can be developed. And, the Texans just need all the offensive line help as you can get. When you look at those two playoff games they played, I know you watched one of them at least because they played the Patriots. I'm sure you watched the other one against the Steelers. C.J. Stroud had a guy in his face within half a second of the ball being snapped. So it doesn't surprise me to see them go with multiple offensive linemen here in their first couple picks. And I do like Nwewu here.
Okay, they're just recapping the picks. I thought they said wide receiver out of.
No, they have Jeremy Bernard out on the stage. The Steelers selection last night, and Drew Aller.
They got the whole Pittsburgh crew here.
They said quarterback out of Georgia. Yeah, they have all of their day two selections here at the draft. You have to be pretty fired up. Oh, they have Jennings Dunker there. That is electric. I think Dunker is going to be an absolute stud, man.
That is a beast of a human being.
You can just tell that guy loves to play football. He's going to protect that quarterback with his life. If there's anyone that's going to fight and die, like Will Campbell said, it's that guy. It's Jennings Dunker.
I'd want him on my O-line for sure.
Yeah, he was one of the guys I was hoping maybe the Eagles were going to take if he took a tackle, but I thought Markel Bell was better going into the draft, so I was very happy with that selection. It is funny, though, because I heard a lot of negative comments about Drew Aller, and obviously I'm happy that it was nothing but support as he walked out. I just think it's funny. It's a little hypocritical here.
Yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag of reactions. I mean, obviously, we talked to some Steelers fans last night. They weren't too happy with the Drew Aller selection, but I mean, you take a day, you kind of wait on the reaction, and I mean, you wait on the reaction. I mean, they welcome him as their own, honestly, with him walking out on stage here. So that's at least nice to see.
Yeah, I'm a Drew Aller truther. I'll say that.
Yeah.
And the Steelers, not exactly the situation that I think he will thrive in. I can't lie. I think he needs to be sat and developed. Now, if Rodgers is back, I think that's a different scenario. If Rodgers doesn't come back and he's competing for that QB1 role and ends up getting it over Will Howard and Mason Rudolph, I don't think it'll go well. I think he needs to sit and learn and wait because we know he has the physical tools, the physical attributes, but the decision-making, the inconsistency with his accuracy all just needs to be worked on, which it can be, and I think he can be a very good quarterback in the NFL, but it's going to take time.
Absolutely. And just before we get into this next selection, I just want to shout out everyone that's viewed this so far. We're already up to 31 views so far. Also, just want to shout out the group, shout out the chat. We do have Nick Fernbaugh making an appearance or two. Jack Morgan. I actually got a buddy from home that I want to shout out. So shout out to you, Keegan. It's great having you in the chat. Love hearing your past draft analysis after every pick. So it's nice to hear from you.
Well, for giving shout-outs, I know my dad's watching, so shout-out to him and Nicole as well. Thanks for watching, guys. Been a big support. I appreciate the support. As we still have those draft picks on the board. I don't know if they're on an ad on TV or something, what's going on, but the Chiefs are on the clock at 109, and the Chargers selected at 106, right? So the pick is in for the Niners, and yeah, they're 107, so the Chiefs pick is now in, actually. So we have 3 picks in that we're waiting on to select. I don't know really what they're waiting for to get going or anything, but All right. I think they're finally getting back to the regularly scheduled program here, which is the draft. They could have done that any other time, but I think we'll take a quick break, and when the 49ers selection is up, we'll bring you back. All right, we welcome you back as the PA announcer is going over in the media center, but the 49ers are set to make their selection here at 1:07. It's day 3 of the NFL draft. Welcome in Duquesne Student Television. I'm Donovan Cranage here with Will McDonald as we get into this 49ers pick, the 7th pick of the day.
You're on the road, in your stadiums, and our 49ers are nations. Let's go! With the 107th pick, the 2026 NFL Draft, San Francisco 49ers select Winston Horton, defensive tackle, Oklahoma. Welcome to the pick, buddy.
So yet another defensive tackle taken here in this 4th round. I really did like Halton. I thought he excelled as a run defender, and he finds himself one-on-one a lot with the guy that has the ball in his hands, whether that's a running back or receiver. Has a huge amount of just pure strength. He's able to move off offensive linemen with ease. High-level pass rusher, and just so good with his hands. If I had to use one word to describe this guy, it would be game wrecker. I think he can be a guy that can go into this Bengals defensive line and make noise right away. We've talked about, though, how much work they've put into this defensive line. Obviously, they signed Boye Mafe this offseason. They traded for Dexter Lawrence. And I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know that they selected someone in this draft already that was a defensive lineman. So I'll try to find that because it's just been a defensive-heavy class for the Bengals, which is exactly what they need because we know what that offense can do. That's right, they took Cassius Howell. I don't know how I could forget that. At 41, that was their first pick of the draft. So I'm really a fan of this Bengals draft class so far from the defensive side of the ball. So we have another pick coming up right here.
With the 108th pick, 2026 NFL Draft, Denver Broncos select Tona Coleman, running back, Washington.
All right, so we finally see another running back off the board. It's been quiet for the guys in the backfield. It doesn't surprise me to see Coleman go as early as running the 4th running back off the board. Now, I wasn't the biggest fan of his, but I know a lot of people were. I thought he was very patient behind the line of scrimmage, but he really wasn't a 3-down back, more of a power back goal line type of guy. I thought he was a good pass blocker and really just reminds me of Zach Moss, who was on the Bengals just a little bit ago. I don't think he's still there, and if he is, then I'm mistaken. But just reminds me of that same archetype of running back. Just outside my 30th best available player. So I mean, I think it's an all right pick. I just think there's so many running backs that I'm a fan of, specifically Emmett Johnson, that are still available that I'd like to see go off the boards soon here. And here come the Chiefs, who have had nothing but a great draft class.
Absolutely.
Over in Pittsburgh! Tell you what, that city is awesome. I've had such a great time here. Thank you so much everybody, the international fans in here, because the city has given us everything. Thank you. I want to give a quick shout out to Alliance Award.
Well, we got shout-outs going on, and from the guy from the UK that's making a Chiefs draft pick here. I'm interested to see what we'll get here. I think they've had a very good class. They go in a few directions. Maybe they go wide receiver. And it's a huge possibility here, and we'll see. Maybe Bryce Lance. He reminds me a little bit of Tyreek Hill as well. Actually, not really, but. Wow. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I like that pick because I don't. He was, I think, my lowest rated corner. No, it was Toriano Pride, but I think my second lowest rated corner that I had in this class. He was really over aggressive on route breaks, which really didn't work out in his favor all too much. With his size, I really can't see him playing anywhere but the slot, and it was really just not. He wasn't a 3-down player, which is kind of crazy at a corner, but he wasn't. The fact of the matter is that he was not. Played a good amount of safety, but I really doubt that's going to happen at the next level. Yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of that pick. I won't lie.
Yeah, no, that's a questionable selection, honestly. I don't think that's who you would want if you're the Chiefs. There, you're obviously still looking for that you're looking for that wide receiver that you, have needed since Tyreek left.
Yeah, so he's set at 243 on my big board, and that's 27th out of 28 corners that I graded. So, I'm fine with the Chiefs taking someone like that because I don't want the Chiefs to be good again.
Exactly.
But just not a fan of the pick from a football perspective, especially considering that you already took a corner in Mansour Delane. Now, do you need help? Yes, you lost 3 corners, but you also need help in that wide receiver room. Maybe they're waiting with the fact that Mahomes might not play this year with that torn ACL, so we'll see. And who is on the clock? The Jets. I think their pick is in, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, their pick is in, so we're waiting on the selection here as the house band is getting going. Well, let's bring up this Jets draft class because it's been really nothing but spectacular.
You take David Bailey with your number 1 pick, obviously, or your number 2 pick. You take Sadiq. You take Omar Cooper Jr. Again, as much as I hate to say this, I'm a fan of who they've taken so far. I think Darrell Jackson Jr. maybe a little iffy there, but for the most part, David Bailey, you take one of the best edge rushers in the draft.
Yeah, I think they've really had their way in the draft this year with 5 picks, none in the 3rd round, but they also took D'Angelo Pons in the 2nd round. Now, there's questions with his size. Being 5'9" as a corner in this league is not going to be an easy feat, but he plays bigger than he is. And I really think with that dog mentality that he has, that he can be a successful corner and a big name for this Jets team that really struggled to get turnovers this year. Having 0 interceptions as a team is just insane. And I think the Jets really are getting something going with this draft class here. Obviously, it'll be tough to win with a guy like Geno Smith at this point in his career, but you get a team around, and then you get the quarterback, sort of what we saw the Lions do a few years ago. Maybe it's what the Steelers are doing this year, or with this, whatever you want to call it. I wouldn't even say rebuild, but whatever's going on here, I think that's similar to what the Jets are starting to get going.
Again, you could go quarterback then.
You could. Garrett Nussmeier is still available, and I think he can be.
Nussmeier on the board. You got Klubnik, I believe, is still on the board.
He sucks, though.
I'm not saying that'd be good selection, but I'm just trying to name some quarterbacks. They're still on the board here.
Right. Yeah, I'll be interested. I think Garrett Nussmeier would actually be a good fit for the Jets. I think maybe not a day 1 starter. You let Geno start those first 4 weeks and reevaluate there. But if Nussmeier is healthy, he is a gunslinger. I was a big fan of him at LSU. Obviously, he struggled with an injury over a little bit, but he really played well at the Senior Bowl. I don't remember anything standing out at the combine from my notes. That I actually don't know where my quarterback notes are, but really stood out at the Senior Bowl, and I think he has the traits to be a starting quarterback, especially for the Jets, where it's a little bit of a weak QB room, I'd say, with Geno Smith and Brady Cook and whoever else is even there. I don't even know if they have a 3rd quarterback on their roster at this point in the offseason, which is kind of crazy, considering you're going to have like 100 players on your roster. We'll get the source for that right now. But I would say, yeah, the Jets are kind of crushing it overall. If you can get a quarterback like Nussmeier, I'm a big fan of that class.
So you have Brady Cook, Geno Smith, and Patriots legend Bailey Zappi.
Oh, okay. I would assume Bailey Zappi, if they draft a quarterback, probably does not make the roster, but hey, you never know. I am a little disappointed as an Eagles fan that we don't pick till 178. I'm hoping that there's a safety there on the board. I think that was one of the biggest needs. It hasn't been addressed yet, but I do very much like the picks that we've had, so I won't knock it yet. I am a big fan of Kamari Ramsey, Zakee Wheatley, Genesis Smith, those guys. I would love to have any of them. I think they could start for us this upcoming year. But I'm also a fan of guys like Jalen Kilgore, Jalen Stroman, I loved out of Notre Dame. Even a guy that's even going to be later, Lorenzo Styles, Bishop Fitzgerald. I think you have to address safeties. There's a few guys I'm not too big a fan of. Robert Spears-Jennings, VJ Payne, Isaiah Wacobia, Cole Wisniewski, Michael Taffy. I'm not a big fan of them, but we'll see. Here's the Jets selection.
Oh,
it is Klubnik. Wow, so they go with a quarterback that's not Garrett Nussmeier.
I did say that Klubnik was potential, but I gotta say I don't like that.
Oh, the Jets are gonna jet.
I think you had Nussmeier right there, and I say this. I was not a big fan of Cade Klubnik in college. I mean, I just didn't like what he was able to do. What he was able to do. I mean,
yeah. Wow. Well, we were just hyping up the Jets, and then they did that. The Jets are gonna jet. I won't lie. The consistency of Cade Klubnik's accuracy had me questioning life itself. Which may seem extreme, but it's really not. His decision making was also very questionable. I didn't like his what's it called, pocket presence. I thought he panicked a lot. His footwork turned very poor with a collapsing pocket. He had good touch on the ball, and he can extend the play with his legs. I wouldn't necessarily identify him as a dual threat quarterback, but yeah, I'm just not a fan of that pick with Nussmeier on the board. Even guys like Taylon Green and Jalen Daniels, I think, were better than Cade Klubnik. I'll bring up my rankings. I actually had Klubnik above them. I think I changed that in hindsight. I haven't changed my quarterback rankings in a while. I did have him at 6, but with Nussmeier there, I really cannot get behind that pick for the New York Jets here. But yeah, as we move along for the draft, it looks like never mind. It looks like they were going to take a break in the action, but here come the Broncos to make their selection.
I look for them to take a linebacker.
Yeah, Caleb Alarms or Kyle Lewis still there. Cage Casey. All right, well, I'm waiting for the time because I watched 259 was the exact number, and there's 257. I know there's going to be a few guys I haven't watched, and I'm waiting for the moment where a player comes along that I didn't watch. That is not the case just yet, as Cage Casey gets selected. Now, was he a tackle at Boise State? I know they said guard, but I feel like I remember watching him as a tackle here. If you give me just a second, that's right. So he was a tackle. I thought his footwork was a little iffy as a pass protector, but an absolute monster of a run blocker. He picked up on stunts and blitzes very quickly, but a little too slow physically to pick up on them all the time. Great drive. He was a 3-year starter at Boise State, a starter with Ashton Genty in the backfield, 2 years ago, I guess at this point. That was his first year starting. So plenty of experience coming into that Broncos offensive line as Cage Casey comes off the board. Scott Hansen is waiting to throw out this football, but he's going to have to wait a little longer.
He is aware that the pick is in, so I got to applaud him.
And I actually had Cage Casey and Cade Klubnik back-to-back on my best available board. So the Cowboys go with a Penn State offensive tackle, Drew Shelton, and I got to applaud the pick as an Eagles fan because I don't like it. I wasn't a fan of Drew Shelton. One, as a Penn State fan, I thought he was butt, and just watching the tape again, it just kind of reassured that. I thought he struggled a good amount as a run blocker. He had inconsistent footwork. His hands were strong and quick, but his mechanics just aren't very good. They look sloppy mostly as a run blocker, and I thought he was very poor when he was one-on-one. So I hope they start him. And maybe Jonathan Grenard, new Eagles acquired defensive end, will have a field day with him. Not a fan of the pick, which makes me a fan of the pick because it's the Cowboys.
Not a fan, so a fan.
Not a fan, so a fan. Exactly. Does that make sense? As I just look to take him off my best available board, which is just all my players. I have 150 players left officially after that selection, and there is, what pick is it? 114, I think. We're going on 113. Let me do the math here, guys. I'm not a math major. Four. Okay, so I'll have leeway with about 2 picks here, I think. Sorry, guys. If there's any math guys out there, there's 257 picks, and I have 150 guys left. We're on pick 113. So someone let me know. Someone let me know how much leeway I have.
257 minus 150. Got 144 picks.
Okay, so we have some leeway. I don't know. I can't find Drew Shelton on my best available. Maybe it's because he just was. Oh, here he is. 92. Whew. The Colts here with the selection coming up at 113.
What are your thoughts on how the Colts have drafted so far?
Yeah, well, let me bring it up. I know they didn't have a first-round pick, and there's been so many picks, I can't remember all of them off the top of my head. But, well, C.J. Allen was a phenomenal pick at 53. I couldn't believe he was still available. A.J. Halsey I was also a big fan of at 78. And those are the only 2 picks they've made, so I'd say that I'm a fairly big fan because I'm a big fan of both of those guys, going into the draft. I'd be interested. I think they'll probably go on the offensive side of the ball. I'd be interested to see them take a receiver. Obviously, you gave that big contract to Alec Pierce and then traded Michael Pittman, so you could definitely use a receiver. Maybe you go for more of another Michael Pittman archetype, which is not Bryce Lance, who's my top receiver available, but more of a Elijah Surratt, maybe.
I mean, that makes sense. You need a replacement to Michael Pittman Jr., who just let go to the Steelers.
I think Skylar Bell's another guy that I have high up here on my best available.
He's currently I believe he's the best fit for that position. I like what I saw from him out of Duquesne this year, so that's hopefully he's taken off the board soon.
You're probably the only UConn player that we'll see taken off the board this year. But yeah, just an unbelievable player there. And we'll get into him more after he's selected, which, could be the Colts pick, but we'll see. I think we'll take a little bit of a break here and come back to you with the Colts pick. All right, well, we welcome you back here. The Indianapolis Colts set to make their 3rd selection this year. Like we just said, C.J. Allen and A.J. Halsey, two big selections that I'm a fan of. Let's see if the Colts can continue my fandom of their draft with this pick here. So they don't continue it. No, I didn't think he was that bad. I have to bring up my rankings. Sorry I keep doing that. But just as a referral, He was my sixth guard. I just thought they would have gone with a receiver there, but from a guard perspective, I thought he was good. Uh, Pretty solid as a straight up run blocker. His speed actually stood out, which doesn't stand out too much usually as a guard. Sorry. He combines his raw ability or raw agility and strength very well. His speed, I thought, gave him an edge on other guys in this class. My red flag for him was his vision. He's constantly under pursuing on pulls, on lead blocks, stuff like that. So that was the only thing that really turned me off to his game. But I'll say I like the pick. I just would have thought you go a receiver with all the talent on the board here.
I mean, it makes more sense to go receiver there, but unfortunately they did not. Now with the Cowboys, I think you need either a corner or a linebacker. I mean, Kyle Lewis is still on the board. I think he'd be a great fit down there in Dallas.
I hope they take someone that isn't good. I couldn't hear. Oh, Devin Moore. I thought he said quarterback, but I just didn't hear the name. Devin Moore. He's pretty small, I will say, and I wasn't a huge fan of him, which brings a smile to my face seeing that the Cowboys were the ones that took him off the board here. I did think he had very smooth hips, change of direction really stood out as something impressive out of him. Gets super handsy. His reaction time when playing off coverage, I thought was not good. Not good. Doesn't bring much as a run defender, but he is 6'3", so you would hope to see that he can use his size to his advantage. He'll be in a secondary now with Jalen Thompson and, of course, Caleb Downs, who they traded up for to take in the first round. I'm not the biggest fan, but I'm not the biggest hater of that pick.
It's a middle of the road pick for you.
It's a middle of the road pick. I'm trying to find him on my best available so I can give you. He was 62. Now it's out of 150, so it's just above middle of the road, I guess. But I'm still just not a fan. I was gonna say we're here. Booze. So Surratt finally goes off the board. I'm a big fan of that pick. He was 18th on my best available list out of Indiana, who we talked about with the Raiders pick earlier, possibly going there. But he is off the board. Very precise routes, quick feet, quick hips. I thought his route running stood out as a positive for him. He was super shifty, can really stop on a dime. Very physical receiver. Another receiver in this class with a bigger build. We've talked about them for the past few days. Malachi Fields, Antonio Williams, Chris Brazzell, even Cornell Tate. But Elijah Surratt, I thought he was more effective in man coverage. Pretty decent after the catch. Doesn't go down easily, but he led the nation in receiving touchdowns. So a huge scoring threat here going off the board for the Ravens. A second receiver that they've taken now with Jacoby Lane last night we saw, and now Elijah Surratt. So that'll be interesting.
I like that pick. I mean, you pair him with Zay Flowers. That's a great receiving duo in Baltimore. Obviously, not what Steelers fans want to see. So I mean, you give Lamar Jackson some weapons to work with. I think you could be looking at you're obviously looking at a different Ravens team this year, but I think you could be looking at a much different Raiders team this year. And, I mean, hopefully that's the case for them.
Right. Yeah, a little bit of a surprising miss to the playoffs. Obviously, it came down to that game in Pittsburgh where they missed the field goal here for Baltimore. So, they're looking to turn it around, get Lamar some weapons as he is healthy. And it starts with Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt here, as well as Vega Ioane.
I put the Ravens in a unique kind of case. I think they obviously want to make it back to the playoffs, but they're in kind of the same position right now as I'd say Houston. I mean, Houston's a little bit more above them. I put them with the Chargers as teams that you know is going to be in playoff contention, but maybe not go too far in the playoffs.
Right. We'll see. You never know what's going to happen with Lamar Jackson, and they have a new head coach now. It's no longer the John Harbaugh era in Baltimore, so we'll see as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are up to select.
Pittsburgh, how are you? Representing not only my home country of Germany, but all the Buccaneers fans around the world, especially from Europe. So big shout out to Germany, Spain, France, England, Wales, and all the other parts of the world. Our rockstar general manager, Jason Lyons Drew, has found a fantastic young man who will join the Buccaneers. With 116th pick, the 2026 NFL Draft, Tampa Bay Buccaneers will select, unfortunately not me, but the awesome Keontae Scott.
Great pick.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you needed a cornerback at this position. You just took the best one off the board right now in Keontae Scott. I absolutely love this pick for them. You give them some help. Give them some help on their defense. I mean, they were right there with the Panthers in last year's playoff contention. So you add a little bit more to bolster up their defense. I think they're right back in the same spot this year.
Yeah, my sixth best player available at this rate, a pure nickel corner with his size, but has really good balance. He did actually spend some time playing as a hybrid linebacker, but you won't see that happening in the NFL. Thought he looked very patient as a run defender. A little a little stiff, but also just very technical, smart, instinctive zone corner, vocal at the line of scrimmage. His acceleration was definitely a concern of mine. I thought when he blitzed, he had very good bend, which you would hope in a corner, right? May struggle against the speedier receivers and wasn't a great tackler, which probably caused him to drop here to the fourth round. But I agree that they desperately needed help in the secondary, and Keontae Scott is off the board here as the Chargers are up to select up next. We'll come to you back live from the draft with the Chargers pick. All right, we welcome you back with the Chargers selection here. It is the fourth round. I think their second selection here in the fourth round as we get into it.
Today, I'm excited to announce that we're bringing that same energy to the 2026 NFL Draft. We'll be covering the registration fee for all of the Pittsburgh Flag Football League. And with that, make an absolute dream come true. With the 117th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, Los Angeles Chargers select Travis Burke, tackle, Memphis.
I think he was the last guy that I watched going into the draft a few nights ago. That would have been then, as I try to bring him up. I do not remember being that big of a fan of him. I won't lie. He didn't have a problem putting guys in the ground, which you would want out of an offensive lineman, but he was just pretty slow. Defined run blocker, but an inconsistent pass blocker. Good technique against the long arm move, and just a huge build at 6'9". I think similar to other guys we've talked about, a raw athlete, but a very good athlete, but a little bit raw at the position they're going to play. So you hope with guys like Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt starting at the tackle position, you can help him develop and he can be maybe that swing lineman for you.
I mean, you talk about the Chargers. They obviously have a solid offensive line, but I mean, you take a guy like Travis Burke. I mean, you give him some time to develop. Hopefully, he develops behind. He develops behind those guys that you just said.
Yeah, I don't think they're drafting him to come in and be the starter, obviously, at this point with those guys there. But certainly a guy that can fill in and be, if you have a guy go down, we saw both offensive tackles miss the season last year.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to have a guy like him who can come in and make that start for you. Trying to find him here. It's always a search to try to find them on my best available, but I need to keep it updated. Oh, I didn't even take Jaden Kennedy off of it. He got picked a while back now. Here he is. Yeah, definitely a little low on him, but with all that size and raw athletic ability, I think he's certainly someone that could stand out as a rotational tackle. Guys that are filling in for guys that are injured. As the next pick is up. I just saw his name when I was taking off Travis Burks because he's down there too. I can't get behind this with how many good linebackers are still on the board, including Kyle Lewis out of Pitt.
Yeah.
I thought he was a little too slow moving laterally from east to west in coverage play to do it consistently at a high level in the NFL, but he worked well in space. He really didn't add much as a pass rusher. Pretty smart run defender, and he can make plays in that aspect of the game. Really, you'd want to see more speed, I think, and just more consistency in other areas of his game. If you're a team drafting him in the 4th round, which I think is a little bit early for him in terms of my best available, he was towards the bottom there. He was 139 out of 146. So yeah, I can't get behind this pick here. If you're I don't even remember what team just took it. My mind is spinning 1,000 miles a minute. The Lions, yeah. So that's the second guy they've taken out of Michigan. To keep him there.
Jaguars pick.
Oh. I didn't even say the team, but it's Wesley Williams, another guy that was a last-minute watch for me. As you can see, he's the last defensive end I have in my notes here. He didn't bring too much to the table as a pass rusher, but let me tell you, he's an absolute force of a run defender. I'd say a Walmart Keldrick Folk when you talk about guys in this class. Set the edge really well, able to shed blocks in the run situations. Was also a really effective part of Duke's special teams unit, which we really haven't talked too much about special teams, but he could be a huge addition to the Jags in that part, as well as being a straight-up run defender for them.
You just add another great piece on. Obviously, you had the Jaguars making the playoffs last year, barely beating out
The Bills.
Bills.
Yeah, it was a close game for sure. So I haven't been too big a fan of the Jags draft. They took Pregnon, right? That's who ended up taking him off the board. I think they did, and that's really the only pick I can get behind. I wasn't a fan of Tyler Onyedem or Nate Borkirker. Yeah, both those guys, that was a bit of a rough pick in my eyes. So, but I'm still good. What pick was that? That was 114, 115, 117. It was something. It was 119. So I'm 119 for 119 on guys scouted. That's something that I'm very proud of so far. But that's why I watch guys like this, because Jimmy Roller, Wesley Williams, Travis Burke, literally all 3 guys that I had going in the 7th round, going in the 4th round. So I just know as we get to that 7th round, it's going to get even worse.
Hey, look, you got a heck of a lot more guys that you've watched film on than me.
Yeah.
I only watch the games, so that's
All right. Well, Packers are up on the clock. Unfortunately, the Raiders have what would be our pick, but we'll bring you back with that Packers selection. Well, we welcome you back to the Green Bay Packers about to select. We apologize for some technical difficulties. We've had to use wireless mics today, and one of them just died, the one that Will was using. So we have to have this mic in the middle of us. If there's any audio problems, please let us know in the comments, and we'll change it around for you guys.
With the 120th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select the Dennis Sutton, defensive end, Penn State.
I'd love to see him go off the board as a Penn State fan. I wasn't the biggest fan of his, but I think he has truly so much potential. It's just his pass rush bag was very empty. I'll say that. It wasn't very deep. He wasn't the fastest, but choppy feet, more of a pass rusher, I would say, than speed or finesse. Has a really strong plant foot on his pass rushes. So I think he has a lot of potential. He's going to get significant reps with this Packers on that Packers defense, which isn't too deep. He's going to work with guys like Micah Parsons, who's over there in Green Bay as soon as he's back from injury. And yeah, it'll be.
That's a great mentor to learn from.
Yeah, I would say it can't get too much better than that when you talk about current guys in the NFL right now. That'll bring up the Steelers pick. Let's talk about a few guys that are still available when you look at the top of the board. Keith Abney stands out, the corner out of Arizona State, but Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska. Now, there's only been a few running backs off the board, but really a do-it-all guy for Nebraska. He's a huge part of their offense. Still on the board here, going on 121, I think. Yeah, 121. Still on the board here, surprising me. I think I'm probably not the only one that's surprised by that.
You talk about the needs of the Steelers. I think you personally look for offensive linemen here. Then again, safety. I mean, you still got Jalen Kilgore is still on the board. I wouldn't hate that selection if I were the Steelers.
I couldn't imagine this pick isn't Kyle Lewis, because you do need a linebacker too. I know Pittsburgh is not a fan of Patrick Queen. He's out of Pitt. The draft is in Pittsburgh. I thought they would have taken him last night, but he's still available here. I think he's in strong contention to be the selection.
For the 121st 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select wide receiver
Caden Wetgen. I'm having trouble hearing this. Wow. That's my reaction is wow. I cannot believe he went that early. Really immense upside as a returner, but I really think that's it. I think he's too small, too old to be a high-level receiver in the league. I didn't think he was a great receiver. He's a great athlete. I could definitely see him getting reps at maybe even running back, but I think at most you're looking at a kick returner, punt returner sort of guy here, which is
special team specialist, essentially.
Yeah, and it's probably not what you're looking for here in the fourth round, but, I mean, he's 5'9".
You could have had Kyle Lewis.
You could have had a lot of other receivers, too. Makai Lemon.
Go Gabe Young.
At number 10, overall for the Dallas Cowboys, that's a great pick. This guy's a great football player. If you know ball, you don't care if that's a great pick. At number 10 for the Dallas Cowboys.
You have 3 Republicans here, and you've gone through.
Okay, we'll take that.
Okay, how about the biggest surprise?
No brainer.
Ty Simpson.
Drew out.
No. Ty Simpson?
One of the biggest.
Okay, yeah.
Not the biggest.
Who has been the biggest value pick at the draft so far?
C.J. Allen.
The best value.
Greatest value is this season, pound for pound, best player in the draft. It's surprising the New York Jets got it right. They drafted D'Angelo Bonds, the Indiana quarterback.
Good value, not the best value.
He's just 43.5 inches. What more do you need from him, sir?
National champion.
Not a little bit. No? Okay, fine. I was trying to make it. All right, so we don't agree with that one. How about the best reaction?
Best reaction. That might have to be true.
All right, well, we hate to cut to too many breaks, but not too much analysis with these fourth rounders, and they're taking a break, so we'll take one too. All right, we welcome you back as the Raiders are about to make their selection. Not their first selection of the day here. Maybe finally we'll get some help here for Fernando Mendoza, the quarterback they selected first overall. Let's see. What an interesting prospect, Mike Washington Jr., a 6'2", 228-pound running back, formerly a receiver, super physical, but also has crazy acceleration and top speed. He was used a lot as a receiving back, of course, as a former receiver, but must not have a good enough route tree, or I think he would be that receiver. Not very agile, given his size, which is likely why he got moved to the backfield instead of playing as a receiver. Interesting pick here. Obviously, you have Ashton Genty, and he won't be the starter, but a rotational guy that can catch out of the backfield for Fernando Mendoza. So a receiver in a way,
Yeah.
but not a receiver.
I mean, I can see this guy as like a nice jet sweep wide receiving kind of guy. I mean, I'm a again. I like this as a middle of the road pick. I mean, you said he's not he's a former receiver, but his route tree looked great. So I mean, there's a lot of ways you can utilize this guy.
Yeah, well, I do like the pick. He was my 12th best player available, my 4th overall running back out of the entire class, and he's finally off the board here. So I think it's great value that the Raiders are getting, just probably not where I would have gone positional-wise. And we'll see the Texans selection here. I think they're going to bang out a few right in a row, given that huge break we had.
The 123rd pick, 2026 NFL Draft. The Texans select Wayne Woodhead, linebacker, Clemson.
Well, there it is. The first player off the board that I am unfamiliar with.
Okay.
So we'll have to do some immediate research on him as Will brings it up. But Texans taking a linebacker, not too surprising, just a little surprising on the player. I would think you have Christian Harris there, I think, as your number one linebacker, as well as, gosh, I'm blanking on the name. But I'll let Will take it away because he's got the numbers up.
I mean, you're getting a serviceable guy. This is what I'll say with him. I mean, he had 70 tackles. He had 70 tackles last year, 82 the year prior, 43 solo tackles. He had 3.5 sacks over 2 years.
So likely a guy that probably played in coverage a lot, really wasn't, much of a pass rusher with only half a sack there, which is probably what the Texans need, is a coverage linebacker more. I don't know how much time he'll get, but, only time will tell that.
We have the great chief there, and we are trying to raise them. With the big 124 in the 2026 NFL Draft, los Chicago seleccionan a Malik Muhammad, defensive back, Texas.
All right, so it is Malik Muhammad. I don't remember being too big of a fan of him. I just remember moving him down in my cornerback rankings, and I'll get the number for you in just a second. Yeah, he was 20 out of 28, so not a guy that I was super high on going in today, but one of the earlier guys that I did watch, so I had a lot of time to sit and think about it. Very experienced as a zone quarter, but I thought he was better as a man. His in-game speed translates well. His agility did worry me a little bit. His ability to stop and go isn't great, and he sometimes is just a little clumsy. You've heard me say before, missed tackles, tripping in coverage, etc. So, I mean, I don't think they're obviously drafting him to be going there and be a corner one, but when you lose a guy like Nashawn Wright, you need to bring in guys. And Malik Muhammad, he can somewhat get the job done. I'll say that, somewhat. I think he was a little similar to Dalen Everett out of Georgia, who I also wasn't too big a fan on, but a rotational guy. Skylar Bell. So we talked about him a little bit. One of the better players that I had still available. I can find it real quick. Yeah, my 15th best player available. Another guy I watched early on. His speed impressed me a lot right off the bat. But so did his balance and his body control. His ball tracking ability, his hands were a great trait of his that stood out. He was able to make catches in traffic and can really stretch the field. Second in receiving yards in the whole nation, so he can produce as well. Crispy, sharp route running. You're getting a very solid receiver here in the 4th round that we talked about the Bills maybe even taking earlier in the 2nd round when they had that pick that was, I think, second to start the day off.
Yeah, I like that pick. I like everything you said about him. I mean, I watched him a little bit at UConn. I liked what he was able to produce down there.
So Skylar Bell off the board, one of those top names that we were waiting to hear called today, as we're over the halfway point of round 4. That was 125. Bills with back-to-back picks now. I believe we have 15 picks remaining in the 4th round, but we're with you for rounds 5, 6, and 7 here on Duquesne Student TV. Make sure to like it, subscribe, share it around, do all the YouTube stuff.
Shout out to my brother Jason. He may not be here today, but he's here with me in spirit. Just like everyone across the world and in my home country, Canada. And a huge shout out to my new family, the international fans. It's proof why football's not just America's game, it's the world's game. McAfee, you're not the only one that can cut up the wall. Now, Bills fans, ask yourself this. Where else would you rather be than right here, right now? With the 126th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Smith, Theodore, linebacker, GCU. Welcome to the Mafia.
I am. Oh, he's not done, but I'm gonna go anyway. I am a huge fan of Caleb Elarms, or he was one of my guys on my list. He drops eventually to 126, I think it was, but a crazy good run defender. I almost thought he was elite at that. Crazy combination of speed and power, explosive as the snap, crazy good play recognition as well. And you can just tell he loves to hit. The numbers may not show it, but I thought he was a very good blitzer, an effective pass rusher. 4 sacks this year, but always in the quarterback's face, always disrupting the play. And I think the Bills are getting a tremendous player. I'm a big fan of those 2 picks that they just made in Skylar Bell and in Caleb Elarms. Or he was my 9th best player available, so even better than I had Skylar Bell at.
Yeah, so Bill's making some smart picks here.
The AFC's really cooking. Are you worried?
I'm only really worried about the Bills. I gotta be honest.
The Jets don't worry you? What do you mean? It's the Jets.
Come on, man.
No, it is the Jets.
Do the Giants worry you?
Kinda, yeah.
I'm trying to use an example for you.
No, I'm kind of worried about like every team in the division. The Cowboys, I mean, their offense was so good last year, and they poured so much into the defense that they worry me. The Giants, I mean, Dart and Scadaboo looked crazy good last year without Neighbors. He'll be back. They got Isaiah Likely. They drafted a receiver in the 2nd round. Now you have John Harbaugh, who knows how to win games. And the Commanders, I mean, they're in the NFC Championship 2 years ago. Obviously, Jaden Daniels a little bit banged up last year, but we know what he can do when he's healthy. So maybe they don't have the best supporting cast around him, but I mean, he's one heck of a quarterback. So yeah, they do worry me. I think we are the best team in the division. I think we should win it for a 3rd straight year, but I don't know. I'm a little nervous. I think we could have some troubles. Is it it's the Niners on the clock that their pick has been submitted, but obviously the NFL has to get their money somehow. So they're working through all their in between pick stuff, and we will return to you with the 49ers selection. All right, well, the Niners are set to pick as we welcome you back onto Duquesne Student Television for coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Oh, so they have been playing guard. Actually, I think I might have knew. No, I might have knew that. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit of a mess right now. However, so scouted him as a tackle. I could definitely see him playing guard. Tore his MCL, so that is definitely something to watch out for. He missed a portion of the season due to that. Experience though at both tackle positions. Absolute force in the run game. Let me tell you, has some drive, very high motor, and is ripped fast off the line and through the play. Really didn't think anything stood out too often as a pass blocker, but in terms of a run defender, you're getting a very, very solid player.
Yeah. Now you talk about the. You want to talk about the Bengals? I mean, they obviously felt their need at corner. Now where do you look?
I wouldn't be surprised to see them take another defender, another guy on that could be even in the secondary. I absolutely love that pick. He was one of my 5 best players available, and to hit on the offensive line is also something that they needed to do on top of defense. Connor Liu is an absolute hoss. Let me tell you, as I bring up my notes here, um, he was my number 1 center. Logan Jones got taken yesterday, but I really thought Connor Liu was better. Very polished pass protector, long arms, and a strong base. Contains his man, just doesn't allow those pass rush moves that everyone's going to try. A good hand fighter, tad slow off the line, but it'll do. And not a fantastic run blocker, but I really do think that Connor Liu is a fantastic selection for the Bengals this late in the draft.
Completely agree.
All right, so some more in between draft entertainment for the stage. We're going to send you guys back one more time, and we'll be back with the Carolina Panthers selection. All right, well, the Carolina Panthers are now on the clock here on Duquesne Student Television. We welcome you back with coverage of rounds currently 4, and we're getting into 5 in just a little bit. We'll see the Panthers selection.
Big shout out. Second, the international fan, the second most international fan from the Carolina Panthers. It's my little dog Sweeney. Not be here tonight. You're with me in my heart. Like, let's get to it. What's the net? So, the 129th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, Carolina Panthers, Division Champion, select Will Lee, the third defensive back. Thanks for saying that.
I was not a fan of Will Lee, to put it simply. I thought he had trouble on inside routes. His speed was just subpar. Really slow hips, change of direction. It wasn't great. Good in zone coverage, but I wouldn't want him playing in man coverage for my team if he was on the Eagles. And a poor ability to read and stop the run. Got some fight with him, but really just not a guy I was a fan of. I thought he had too many red flags. But the consensus is that he was going to be a round 4 pick, and that's where he ends up. So it doesn't surprise me to see him this early. I just wouldn't have had him there that early personally. Yeah, my 94 on my best available, so can't sit here and defend that one at all, as I have 131 players left. Only one player that I haven't scouted. Is Wade Wood. Dude, I don't even
It
know.
was Wade Woodaz.
Wade Woodaz. It's probably not going to be good because I didn't scout him. All right, well, here goes the Dolphins pick.
NFL draft. Totally perfect team in NFL history. Miami Dolphins select Trey Moore, linebacker, Texas. Go Dolphins!
Trey Moore. I thought he was a liability when it comes to coverage because he played a lot of defensive end, but did play coverage linebacker as well and was not good there. I think he needs to be a full-time edge rusher to have success in the NFL. Pretty patient, which works out for him because he's so fast. I thought he was a great run defender, can shoot gaps super well as setting the edge, but was not a three-down player for Texas. I don't know if he'll be a three-down player in the NFL, but when you're on a team like Miami, and how just empty that roster is, I think it's definitely a possibility for him to get those reps and possibly be a three-down player.
Yeah. I think we got another pick.
We got another selection. This is
Chargers.
Chargers again.
With the 131st pick, 2026 NFL Draft, Los Angeles Chargers select Genesis Smith, defensive back, Arizona.
I love it, but I hate it because I really wanted the Eagles to somehow get him. He's my 5th best player available at this point in the draft. I think that's very good value. We talked about them possibly going in the secondary earlier, but they go with him. They go with Genesis Smith here. Size is certainly that's something stood out for me as a safety. Great instincts and awareness as a run defender after the ball is thrown, and vision was truly incredible for him, as well as just great downhill speed. I think he's a huge addition to Chargers secondary room. Could maybe even fight for a starting spot here in training camp alongside Derwin James, who is just absolutely incredible safety, as you and I'm sure a lot of NFL fans know. So he can be an addition to that. At 6'2", 200 pounds. Like I said, he's got good size there. And yeah, I'm a huge fan of the pick. I wanted him as the Eagles, but we don't pick. That was what, 131. We don't pick for another 47 picks. So it's a while. I guess
Can be a long way.
it's the end of the 5th round. It's a comp pick unless we were to trade up, which I would like. But it's after the moves made yesterday. I say we probably just stay where we're at. If not, probably. I know Howie loves to trade back, so we'll see what's going on there. But
Do you notice that Ricky Jackson's card is held by our New Orleans Saints fan here, who's from France, by the way? He flew from France to be here at the draft, correct? We say they both saw Brule, my friend. All right, Tony Dorsett, the great Dallas Cowboy Hall of Famer. He's got him over here. Okay. All right.
so who is it on the clock right now?
We got on the clock right now. It is the Saints.
The Saints are on the clock. Whose pick is in? No, the Saints' pick is in.
Yeah.
So who's on the clock? I guess the Niners then?
It would be the Niners, yes.
So only one pick behind. I guess they like to take their time and stock up on those picks to just rip them, and then they like to bring out guys with trading cards, which I'm sure everyone's just really enjoying out there.
I'm sure they just want to get to.
I'm sure they don't want to see the picks. They just want to see a bunch of guys standing up with trading cards. It's hilarious.
We're coming up on just about 2 hours here for this fourth round stream. So we appreciate all the viewers that we've had. We're up to 57 right now. hopefully we can get that above the number we got yesterday. I believe it was 75, 76.
And it's looking like we will, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we got what three
Three rounds left. Yeah, it's gonna be a marathon. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
It's been a marathon all weekend. It's gonna continue to be that. I think as we get into round 6 and 7, they're really just gonna keep it moving.
Yeah.
So that'll be exciting to see, and the analysis is gonna have to fly off the board.
Pittsburgh! I want to thank the NFL and the Saints for bringing me here all the way from France. Special shout out to my kids and my wife watching all the way from France. With the 132nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Jeremiah Wright, guard, forward. Who that baby? Who can shot that?
All right, so it's Jeremiah Wright, as if you couldn't hear, the guard out of Oregon. I was not too high on him. He didn't seem to be the most athletic of the bunch. Footwork was pretty sloppy, and he struggled to block at the second level. In addition to being sloppy with his footwork, he just didn't seem to be very technical, a little slow. And I said he was going to be probably either a project or a career backup. So, we'll see what the Saints can do with him. I think they need some help on the offensive line, but they did bring in two guards in Dylan Redunz and David Edwards, who I'm a huge fan of. So I really, really, really doubt that Jeremiah Wright is going to start. But obviously, in case of injuries and stuff like that, you bring in a guy like Jeremiah Wright.
Absolutely.
Huge fans from Charlotte, North Carolina. So we got a prize backstage for you, and for all of our outdoor contestants, we got a prize backstage. Yeah, one of you. Last shout out to your Steelers, and we gotta go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Good job, man. All right, well done, well done.
All right, so it looks like the Ravens pick is in. I don't know if they're making that selection right now or not. A little confusing to tell with how they have it set up, but let's see where Jeremiah Wright. He was actually pretty high on my best available. He was 36 out of 36 out of 129, so I can't knock it completely. Just in terms of guard play, I wasn't the biggest fan of his. And here we go with the Ravens pick at 133. Still a guy like Keith Abney on the board, Kamari Ramsey, Kyle Lewis. A lot of good defenders here.
Jalen Kilgore.
Yeah, Jalen Kilgore.
Pittsburgh, I'll keep this short, like your postseason.
Wow.
With the 133rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Matthew Hibner, tight end, SMU.
Wow, if you didn't hear the lady announcing it, she walked up. Ravens fan said there's the beef there, and she said, I'll keep this short like your postseason. Wow, that was awesome. But the Ravens go and select a tight end. It's Matthew Hibner. Crazy speed and a real threat after the catch, even as a tight end. If he had better technique as a run blocker, I think he'd have a real case to be a day 2 pick. Obviously, he went end of round 4, but super reliable as a receiving threat. You lose Isaiah Likely, so I think that's who they're going to look to replace that role, fill that role, and be that tight end 2 alongside Mark Andrews. Obviously, you lost Charlie Kolar too, but he was more of a blocking tight end, whereas he's going to be that receiving one that you lost in Likely. That'll bring us to pick 134. Only 6 more in this round, I believe. It goes to 140, right?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, I guess 7, including this one. So we're wrapping up the 4th round, getting into one of those final 3 rounds in round 5. And can we find out if it's still 5 minutes per pick or if it goes down? Matthew Hibner. I like that pick. I think he'll fit that Ravens system. That Ravens offense alongside Mark Andrews, and I don't know, maybe they're looking for him to be that eventual replacement for him.
That was 3 through 6 or 5 minutes.
3 through 6 or 5 minutes, and then 7th is 4. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd still imagine. I think they'll probably go a little bit quicker as the rounds start to move on.
Yeah.
As the who's on the clock right now?
We got the Falcons are on the clock.
Falcons are on the clock at 1:34.
I mean,
And the Colts pick is not in, so the Falcons pick is in. Sorry, and the Falcons or the Colts are on the clock. No pick yet for them, so I think the NFL will probably take their time, like they like to do, and run those ads.
They have been taking their
But
time.
it does look like Atlanta is going to make their selection right now, which would have them completely caught up with Indianapolis's pick not being in yet.
Buenas tardes, hoy vemos en Bajacur de Real Madrid desde el icónico Bernabéu, donde los Atlanta Falcons jugarán la próxima temporada. With the 134 picking the 2026 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Kendall Daniels, linebacker, Oklahoma.
Kendall Daniels, that is number 2 of guys that I did not watch, and of course, it's another linebacker. I guess it was not my. It's the 2 linebackers. Yeah, what the heck? At first it was Wade, and now it's Kendall out of who did they say, Oklahoma State or just Oklahoma?
Oh, Oklahoma.
More of an edge he seems to be.
Yeah, I mean,
I definitely have heard of him. I'm just not too
5.5
familiar.
sacks last year.
Okay, so a little bit of a productive.
Didn't really.
None this year though.
Covered a fumble this year. 28 solo tackles, close to 45 and 62 the year prior.
So upside as a pass rusher, maybe more of a run defender as a role this year. Maybe change something as his approach. Maybe this replacement for, I would assume, Arnold Ebiketie, who they lost to the Eagles in free agency. Thank you very much. They took 2 edge rushers in the first round last year, in James Pierce Jr. and who's the other guy? I'm blanking on him. He was a little shorter, and I can picture him, but we'll get into it later because the Colts are about to make their selection. I think the quarterback's in play here. You have Daniel Jones. I don't remember if they sent him. I actually think they did. Jalen Walker, that's right. But I think the Colts are in play for a quarterback here.
I want to say thank you so much to the people of the United States. You are such a great country, such great people. Thank you for everything you have given to me. You guys here in Pennsylvania like the Dutch. So how about we do this one in Pennsylvania Dutch? Met de 135e selectie in de 2026 draft van de NFL selecteren de Indianapolis Colts right venture linebacker Oregon. Come on!
I'm done with the linebackers. Oh wait, I actually watched them. I didn't hear. I thought he venture. Yeah. I thought he said. I don't know what I thought he said, to be honest. But the linebackers almost caught me again. But I wasn't a fan of him, to be honest. I didn't think he had too much power or force. Just good awareness in the run game, good instincts, fairly fast. Solid wrap-ups, just occasionally taking some very bad angles. I thought he looked a little small as a linebacker in the NFL. So, yeah, the NFL has caught completely back up, and they're doing promotions in the crowd, bringing out the band. So it looks like we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we will come back to you with the New Orleans Saints selection. We welcome you back to Duquesne Student TV's coverage of Day 3 of the NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints set to make their selection here in the back half of this fourth round.
With the 136th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Ryan Slant, wide receiver from North Dakota State University.
I love the pick. I think Kellen Moore is going to have an absolute field day with Bryce Lance. He was my fourth best player available at their pick here. So I love the value that they're getting out of him. His speed is absolutely unreal. Dude, let me tell you, one of the better threats over the top in this class. Really thrives in man coverage, cover zero type situations, and just is a big time threat after the catch or handoff as well. He saw a lot of those jet sweep motion actions. Ball tracking was a top trait of his. I think this guy can be a deep threat, but is also a threat just over the middle, underneath, and can take it long distances. This guy is going to be a hoss for the Saints. Kellen Moore, like I said, I think he's going to absolutely love having this guy on his roster. And that brings us the final 4 picks here of the 4th round.
The Cowboys up next. And I think we all know how Donovan here feels about the Dallas Cowboys.
I don't like him if you didn't know.
Really? You're not a Cowboys fan?
No. I should have brought my Eagles jersey back for our selection, but I didn't think about it. It's been a marathon. We got back midnight last night, and I didn't end up going to bed till about 1, and the alarm was set for 8:30 to get back here. No. I don't know. I went to bed 1:30, and the alarm was set for 8:30. I felt like I was just here. Like, as I walked in, I was like, wasn't I just here? But I was, and it's been a lot of work, but it's been very rewarding, very fun work.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is, for those who don't know, this is my favorite sports event of the year. So the opportunity to get to work and have the privileges I've had so far has just been absolutely unbelievable. And I hope I can keep doing it. Next year it'll be in DC, which is a reasonable distance. Me and my one friend from home went last year to Green Bay, and I think we'll be going either way next year to DC. So whether I'll be credentialed or not is a different case, but I think I'll be there either way.
Yeah.
If I can make it to Green Bay, I could probably make it to DC.
I mean, we have a DMV kind of associate, Jason Bromsky, who is from the area, so hopefully that gets us somewhere.
As the Dallas Cowboys are set to select here their final pick of the 4th round.
I would look for them to take a linebacker.
Yeah, I mean, they've been pretty defensive heavy. I could see have they taken an offensive player yet? I don't think so. It's been Downs and Malachi Lawrence in the 1st round. They took another edge rusher yesterday, and I'm blanking on who. I think it was Mason Tom. No. I'll look through my notes, see if I just recognize the name. Derek Morey. No, he went to Detroit.
They have picked up.
It was. I know they have taken 2 defensive linemen. Maybe it was a D tackle. Oh, Jayshon Barham. Was the second one they took.
Also took Drew Shelton.
Okay, so yeah, they had 5 picks so far. One of them being offense, and Drew Shelton a tackle. I don't think they need skill position. I would be surprised if they made it out of the entire draft. They only have 1 pick after this. It's in the 7th round. And I will mention that this is the pick from the Eagles that we had traded to move up to get Mekhi Lemon. So this would have been the Eagles picking, but, it's fine because we have the Bullet and the Cup Award winner. But I would still be surprised if they made it out here without a single skill position on offense. I think they've touched on defense a good amount throughout the offseason before this. But I don't know, guys like Kyle Lewis are still available. So you look at him, maybe even Keith Abney. who I can't believe is still available heading into the 5th round. I thought he had a chance to be a first-round pick. Who else? Joshua Joseph's a great run defender on the defensive line. Or maybe they go interior with Rayshon Benny, who was teammate of Jayshawn Barham at Michigan, as an interior defensive tackle. I will say, the Cowboys probably have the coolest draft room out of any team.
I'm actually going to disagree with that.
Really?
Yeah, have you ever seen the Rams draft room?
Yeah, they just rent out some Airbnb mansion. The Cowboys have, it's someone called it the Death Star, and it's low-key sick.
That they do draft houses. They don't do draft rooms.
Yeah, that doesn't count. They just rent out some giant Airbnb.
That does. I would kind of detract brownie points off that.
Right.
No, that's. Yeah, I'd argue that's like a Death Star. As much as I can't stand the Cowboys, I mean, I know.
Me neither. Don't worry, I'm right there with you. Their pick has been in for a while, and I thought they were making the selection, but it's been a minute since someone's walked onto that stage. All right, here it is. Finally.
With the 137th pick, 2026 NFL Draft, Dallas Cowboys select LT Overton, Alabama.
Dude, when I tell you, I have my guys list, which guys I'm underrated, I think are super underrated. If I had a guys that were super overrated list, he would be headlining it. And he went to the Cowboys. So I love that. I really didn't think he was anything great as a pass rusher. Not fast, not strong. Tried to hand fight a lot, was not good at it. Clumsy, didn't have any real technique, didn't see much action against double teams, and I thought he was super stiff, no bend. Those were my notes on him. Usually it'll be a lot of positive and one negative, or a lot of negative, one positive. There was not a single positive in there.
Wow. All right. So
He does have upside as a run defender, I think. But in terms of a pass rushing defensive end, no. And that's the 3rd defensive end that they've taken. So they're going very heavy on the defensive line. I think he's the worst defensive lineman that they took so far. Barham is better than him, and obviously Malachi Lawrence is better than him. But yeah, not a fan of that pick, which means I am a fan of that pick. Wow, that's electric. That's really perfect because that's like instead of the Eagles taking someone good, the Cowboys took someone bad, and it was supposed to be our pick, so that works out well. It cancels out, yeah.
If anything, it benefits.
Right. Yeah, not a fan of that pick at all. As the Miami Dolphins are coming up. Oh, so he finally goes off the board. Kyle Lewis out of Pitt. Wow, so they're going to pair Kyle Lewis up with Jacob Rodriguez, who they also selected earlier in this year's draft.
Warmer weather.
Yeah.
Going down.
Yeah, for sure. I was a huge fan of Kyle Lewis. He was my 4th best player going into that pick. Has the speed of a safety, great instincts and coverage, and great ball skills. Incredible footwork as well. Really just an all-around playmaker in all aspects of the game, similar to Jacob Rodriguez, who they already took. He was a force in the run game, a sneaky good pass rusher. His block shedding, I thought, flew under the radar. He wasn't great at it, but definitely effective. So I'm a huge fan of that pick, and I actually want to bring up the Dolphins because I was very low on them after day one. I was not a fan of the Caden Proctor pick or the Chris Johnson pick, but they've sort of reeled me back in going into it. they took Jacob Rodriguez, who I just touched on. I was a huge fan of that. Caleb Douglas and Chris Bell, I was a huge fan of. I think Bell is better. They took Will, how do you say his name? Kazmarek? Kazmarek, yeah. And Trey Moore, um, and now Kyle Lewis. So I'm a huge fan of a lot of the recent picks. I think they're building up the roster. I like how they're not trading it away and just getting playmakers for this year. It's going to be a rookie-heavy team over there in Miami. And the 49ers are making their selection.
The San Francisco 49ers select.
Patience, Bryson, defensive back, Washington.
Ephesians Prysock. Love him. Love that guy. He's got a lot of time as a corner one when Tacario Davis was injured this year, and I thought he was phenomenal. So let's start off. Sticky press corner, speed to stay with most receivers, aggressive at the catch point, clean footwork, really good in zone coverage. I thought he was underrated as man covered. Let me tell you something. That all sounds great. What if I told you he's also 6'4"? Yeah. I think this guy has upside to be corner one in the league, which is kind of crazy. I forget if he was on my guys list, but if not, he would have made it if I did any more. I was huge on him, and I really like that pick for the Niners, and that'll head us. This is the final pick of the 4th round. It is the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah.
And what a round it's been. I really like that Ephesians Prysock win. He was top 30 in my best available list, so I love that. But just a lot of significant names still going into the 5th round here. Obviously, we have one more pick until that, so we'll wait to get into that after the selection, which is going on right now.
G'day, Pittsburgh. How we doing? I want to give a massive thank you to the Bengals and NFL for having me all the way from Australia today. Thank you so much. I also want to give a shout out to my Bengals fans back home and all around the world. This one's for you. With the 140th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Colby Young, wide receiver, Georgia. Who knows?
I don't think I watched him, but I did watch him. I was gonna say, okay, I knew I was familiar with him either way. He broke his leg in October and missed the entire season up until the Sugar Bowl against Ole Miss. But a monster built at 6'4", really polished footwork, and can truly cover a lot of ground quickly. He's a good run blocker and just a physical type of receiver. I'll be interested to see where he fits in. Sort of reminds me of almost T. Higgins. Not as good at the catch point, but just a similar archetype. So Bengals do go on the offensive side of the ball with a skill position in Colby Young. That'll wrap up the 4th round. I know there's already 2 or 3 picks in, and they're getting right into the 5th round, so they're going to keep it moving.
Muchas gracias, Texas. Por realizar este sueño para mí. Gracias a todos, a los hipotes.
The Texans selection currently going on the first pick of the 5th round. And that'll take us to all the way pick 181 of 257. So 40 picks in this round. as we are finally getting the selection. Amari Ramsey, my third best player available going into not just this pick but all of today. A guy I was hoping Philly could land. That'll be interesting. You have Kalen Bullock and Reed Blankenship there at safety, and I think Kamari Ramsey can start. Maybe not with the Texans, but can certainly get some time there in that rotation. That secondary is just so talented. So good for him. I mean, I was surprised he even dropped as far as he did all the way to the 5th round, but certainly a good selection there. But let's get in because we're heading into the 5th round now, and still plenty of good talent on the board. We talked about Keith Abney and Emmett Johnson, but some other guys: Zakee Wheatley, the safety out of Penn State, Bo Stevens, the guard out of Iowa, and Joshua Joseph, the defensive end out of Tennessee. Those are my top 5 guys still available heading into this 5th round now that Kamari Ramsey has been selected.
With the 142nd
It's the
pick
Charger selection.
in the 2026 NFL Draft, Tennessee
Just kidding, it's the Titans.
Fernando Carmona, guard, Arkansas.
I'm going to have to bring up the notes on him.
We got another one.
No, I know. I did watch him. It was just very recent. So, great strength starting in his base and all the way really up through his arms and his shoulders. 2 years experience starting at left tackle and a year starting at guard, which is where I assume he's going to play. Very quick feet, squares his base with the defensive tackles. I thought he was very technically sound. I'll give you my rankings in just a second here because he was an interesting prospect. Again, one of the more recent guys that I watched. He was sorry. I just completely forgot who it was.
It's, Fernando Carmona.
Okay, Fernando Carmona. Did I not put him in my rankings? I was slacking, guys. He's not in my guard rankings. I'd probably put him right above DJ Campbell, which would make him my 13th ranked guard. But at this point, obviously, you're not going to get anybody too insane. So I like the pick there.
Okay, guys.
Did I even put him on my big board? Question.
It says it travels from city to city. We get to see and experience different places all over the U.S., but also the fact that the NFL travels all over the world now. And the fact that it seems like every year, like it is happening. We go to different countries now. Last year, I had a chance to go to Dublin. You were in Berlin. How was that? And London. Oh, that's right. And London. It was incredible. Where did you play? What was that like?
All right. Well, the NFL is taking a little bit of a break, so we're gonna do the same here as well, and we'll be right back with the next selection. All right, we are back. The Arizona Cardinals are set to select here. First selection of round 5, the third pick of round 5 as we get back into it. I think as a Cardinals, as a rotational receiver, he'll be okay. But my first note was that I couldn't really see him being a wide receiver one, a contributor. Very reliable hands, uses his size to his advantage as a blocker. Not super athletic or a great route runner, but can be physical against bigger corners, so he'll play to his size. Again, obviously with Marvin Harrison in the building and Michael Wilson, I don't think he's going to be called upon to be a wide receiver one, but sometimes you see those late guys break out and play super well. I don't think he'll be one of those guys. I was hoping they'd go right into the pick because the Browns are on the clock at 1:48, and we're on whoa. The Browns have 4 selections between 1:46 and 1:52. So I got it mixed up. The Browns are on the clock at 1:46, and we're still waiting on 1:44. So a big moment coming up for the Brownies.
They got a lot to look forward to.
And it would be fair. There would be nothing we could say.
I wouldn't be able to cover anything.
Yeah.
Anything again, probably.
All right, here we go with the selection. I think see in just a second.
With the 144th pick in the 2026 NFL
Who's the
Draft,
BPA right
Carolina
No, I'm not sure. I
Okay,
haven't known who's been.
I like
picked
it.
for a little bit.
That's a solid pick.
I do like it.
Ephesians prize.
Sam Hack, he was. Some people thought he was the number 1 center in this class. He seemed like a very polished pass protector. His really long arms, strong base. He's going to contain his man, not allow those pass rush moves. I think apparently he was originally a walk-on at Kansas State, which is such a cool story. Very disciplined, only 2 penalties throughout his time there. And he was honestly pretty polished in both as a pass protector and as a run blocker, sort of just equally. But I think the Panthers are getting a guy that, if called upon, will be ready day one. Now, I have to take a look at the depth chart because I'm not sure if that will be the case. But I think if so, he could be ready.
Yeah, no, that'd be cool. Yeah,
It'd be
it'd be
nice
cool
if we
to
could
get
literally
his
just
Find
go
him on
right
my
there.
best available because I feel like he might have been somewhat high.
Yeah.
But I can't find him. And it looks like the
Yeah,
next
that would be
selection
cool.
is got to happen.
Behind.
2026 NFL Draft, Los Angeles Chargers select Nick Barrett, D-tackle, South Carolina.
So Nick Barrett, like a guy that did stand out as being super explosive off the ball at the snap, strong awareness, and really is a playmaker as a run defender. Very good ability to shed off offensive linemen, really high motor, constantly fighting for the whistle. But for the most part, he was a below average pass rusher. So. And so the Browns is at 149 are on the clock. So we have 3 picks we're waiting on here after Nick Barrett and I'm blanking on who was just picked before Nick Barrett. Sam Hack, that's right. So Sam Hack was my 14th best player available. I knew he would be high up. In terms of Nick Barrett, he's not going to be that high up, and he will be a little lower, but I do like the pick. He was 53. So let's see. Browns have an absolute marathon of picks coming up here. let's see what they do with him. I'm very intrigued. What they do with them, I'm very intrigued to see the variety. They already have taken, I think, 2 receivers in Boston and Concepcion, so I don't think it'll be one there. I could see one being a quarterback. Don't sleep on that.
No, they do like their quarterbacks.
Yeah.
In Cleveland.
Well, and they like a lot of them. Right now, it's Watson and it's Shadur and Dylan Gabriel. So
they gave up Zappy.
yeah. So don't be surprised if one of these 4 picks they have coming up could be a guy like Garrett Nussmeier, Taylor Green, Jalen Daniels, someone like that.
Real quick, want to shout out my lovely wife back in Switzerland, Korea, my 2 beautiful children, Naomi and Liam. I wish you got all the kids' names. With that, with the 146th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Parker Brailsford, center, Alabama.
Wow. A little surprising there. I really was a fan of Brailsford, but his size really made him stand out as someone that might drop. Very undersized, especially to play, offensive line and specifically center. He is super speedy and has very quick feet. Not an exceptional run blocker, but most of the time he'll get the job done. He gets really low as a run blocker, which is obviously easier. You're a little smaller, but very good bend and very flexible. Very good speed to power. So a little bit of you don't see too many speed offensive linemen or flexible offensive linemen. Here we are.
And sorry, I hate to interrupt you there, but it looks like we do have a trade to report. The Seahawks moving into the Browns spot at pick 148.
Okay, so the Browns trading one of those 4 picks away to the Seahawks, but first it will be the Commanders to make the selection after the NFL does their current. So we'll be right back with the Washington Commanders pick. All right, the Washington Commanders are set to select right now, and we will get to something else that we do have to mention after that, but let's get to this selection first. Okay, so he finally goes off the board. It's Joshua Joseph, the defensive end out of Tennessee. I fit part of my top 5 best players available, and really just stuck out as a run defender. A lengthy defensive end that's going to set the edge and be a force as that run defender. Not a huge pass rush guy, but certainly a force in stopping the run.
Absolutely.
But during the pause there, we did have the realization. If you don't know, we've had a little bit of a different setup without Harley and Nick and Jack here. We've had to go wireless with our mics, which means I've had to plug something in my computer, and due to that, I can't charge my computer. So due to that, we are going to have to wrap up the stream following the 5th round because my computer is going to die, and that's how we're running this whole system. So it's unfortunate. We'll still bring you content, possibly on the social medias. If you follow my Twitter, Donovan C Sports, I'll be tweeting out about the final 2 rounds, as well as my TikTok, DonovanCranch.sports. On TikTok, you can find it there. But we will have the coverage for you following through the 5th round, which, can you go back to the website real quick? That was the 147th pick. So we'll have you all the way until through pick 180, 181 actually. So we'll get to react to one more Eagles pick and one more Patriots pick as well. And then, we'll have to unfortunately wrap it up our time here at the draft. But nonetheless, it's been a time, and I'll still be covering it on my personal social medias if you want to follow it there. All right, well, Seattle Seahawks fan Nick Fernball is not here to react, so maybe we can get a quote from him following the pick.
Most importantly, let's shout out those 12s. If it wasn't for 12 this one, we would have not got to San Francisco, raised that Lombardi trophy at Levi's Stadium. Sorry, not sorry, Niners fans. How are those Stone Age Super Bowl rings going for you? Hey, those Rams fans, I'm not letting you down either. We're winning next year.
This guy's really going all out for his Seahawks.
Yeah.
Gotta love the dedication.
Now let's announce the next young star for your Super Bowl champs. The 148th pick, the 2026 NFL Draft. My Seattle Seahawks select Bo Stephen, God,
I love that pick. I really am a fan of that pick. My 4th best player and my best available heading into that for them. There's something in the air at the University of Iowa with these offensive linemen because I was really a fan of all of them: Logan Jones, Jennings Dunker, Bo Stevens. I think he was on my guys list. I was a little higher on him than a lot of people. But I think he just has an incredible, similar to Dunker, incredible amount of grit and drive. Base is super strong. He can block at every level. Strength in his lower body and his upper body, to be fair, is uncanny. Similar to the other Iowa offensive linemen that I've talked about, super high motor, plays through the whistle 100% of the time, and just really someone you want on that offensive line. He could start, I think. It's Gray Zabel at left guard, and then it's Anthony Bradford at right guard. I think Bo Stevens is better than him. So they're going to get right into the next pick, though, which is the Cleveland Browns. So, guys, it's not the Vikings receiver, Justin Jefferson. Instead, it is the linebacker out of Alabama, who I thought was pretty good. I mean, he brought a strong impact in coverage. He was fourth in the country in forced incompletions. Long speed really impressed me. Gave him an added bonus as a run defender. I thought he had strong play recognition. I think he's going to be, an average linebacker. Who was it that took him? The Browns. So, I mean, you have questions about JOK's health, but you also had Carson Schwarzenegger just win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Obviously, he'll be the anchor there. But Justin Jefferson can certainly be a role player there in Cleveland as a linebacker. Not too high on my best available, but at this rate, everyone's board is completely flipped upside down from everybody else's. So
To announce the Las Vegas Raiders selection, live from Mexico City, Mexico. Please welcome the 2025 Flag Under 14 champions, Los Tornados.
Hello from Mexico City. We're Los Tornados, and we're here at the Flag Tournament. With the 150th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Dustin Johnson, defensive back from Arizona. Raiders!
did they say who was it?
Jones Jr., Dalton Johnson.
It's number 3, Dalton Johnson. I do know the name. He was on my watch list. Unfortunately, I could not get to him in time. But wow, another corner going above Keith Abney. I am very intrigued to see why he's not going. But the third member of that Arizona secondary going in Dalton Johnson.
97 total tackles, 48 solos, a sack, a forced fumble recovery, 4 INTs.
Wow, so I mean, this is a ball hawk right here, ball hawk safety, and that was who was it that selected him?
That would be
It wasn't the Browns. It was the Raiders. Okay, I love that pick. I mean, they took Traden Stukes, who was also out of Arizona, so they're pairing them up together, getting that duo back together, and what?
Speaking of the Browns, we do have another trade to report. They did trade that pick that they previously had to Denver.
Oh wow, and we actually have another trade. We'll get to it after this Panthers pick. Another pick that I am a very high fan of, my third best player available, and that was the last in that tier group, I think, of safeties. When you look at Zakee Wheatley out of Penn State, I think he had great burst and quick instincts. He really shined as an open field tackler. Pretty solid in man coverage. He's going to make plays on the ball. Has a decent impact as a run defender. Not as good, in zone coverage, but not a huge weakness. Fluid hips. But the former 7th overall pick of the 2023 draft, Tyree Wilson, was just dealt to the Saints for the 150th pick. You hate to see it. I still believe in Tyree Wilson. That man was a monster out of Texas Tech. I know me and my one friend Birdie, we were super high on him coming out of college. So unfortunate to see him at a point in his career that he is. But I wish him all the best in New Orleans. right, they're flying right now.
2026 NFL Draft. Denver Broncos select Justin Jolly, tight end, North Carolina State.
I'm a fan of Justin Jolly. It was very hard to find his film, which I didn't think, uh, would have been the case, but really, um, really drew a lot of attention at the Senior Bowl specifically. And he looks a lot bigger than he actually is, but his hands are still insanely good. He's super physical at the catch point, and is also very good after the catch, especially for a tight end. Not a great route runner, but he can get the job done. And I think he'll be, a good fit to that Broncos offense. I think a tight end was something that they could have went into the draft looking for. And I do like the pick there as a receiving threat to help out Bo Nix. Potentially get back to, the AFC Championship where they obviously fell short. Who knows what would have happened if Bo Nix played, but
That's always going to be something that that kind of just.
With the 153rd pick, 2026 NFL Draft, Green Bay Packers select Jagger Burton, center, Kentucky.
that's the second offensive lineman out of Kentucky now going off the board. It's Jagger Burton. Very quick footwork, and when one-on-one, it almost looks like he's winning these reps and only giving 50%. So who knows what it might be if it's 100. Very strong base. Didn't really impress me too much as a lead blocker. Constantly missing assignments and only really shining in base protection plans. He's a very patient guy and just almost like nonchalant, if you will. So an interesting pick there for Green Bay, but I do like it. I think he's a good pick up there. I have to edit my board to keep it updated. All right, and they're bringing out the transition group, so we will go to break and come back to you with the next pick. All right, we welcome you back into the fifth round draft coverage. It is I cannot even see up there who's making the pick right now. It is I feel like the 49ers have made a million picks today, but it's the 49ers yet again here to select.
2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jaden Duggar, linebacker, Louisiana. Nationwide is on your side.
I don't like the linebackers because it's another guy that I unfortunately was not able to get to in terms of, breaking down out of Louisiana, not LSU, not southeastern Louisiana. just Louisiana, the Raging Cajuns, if you will.
Any relation to Kyle Douglas?
I don't know. I do know he was born in Pittsburgh, though, which is the only reason I know of him. So hometown boy, 4 sacks. Could have a strong presence there in the run.
125 tackles
Wow.
last year.
125 total tackles, 4 sacks,
64
an interception. Seems like an impact player from day one, if you ask me. And I think the Niners might have something right there. I'm going to dig into his tape tonight. I'm actually very intrigued with that. But the next pick is up.
With the 155th pick, the 2026 NFL Draft, Tampa Bay Buccaneers select DeMonte Capehart, D-tackle, Clemson.
All right, I'm back. Capehart, I wasn't a huge fan of him. I thought he had a great amount of speed to him, especially getting to the ball after it's out of the quarterback's hands. Very lean build for 313 pounds. That being said, he doesn't have a huge amount of raw power or strength. I could see a team taking him for the athleticism factor, which, I don't know the case on why they took him, but if I had to guess, that's what it would be. So that'll put the Colts, their pick is in. It says the Lions' pick is in over on our screen on the website, though. It says that their pick is not in, so we don't really know what's going on. We're just rolling with it right now. Again, we'll have you till the end of the 5th round, which is pick 181. We are currently waiting to hear on 156.
With the 156th pick, the 2026 NFL Draft, the Colts select George Jones Jr., defensive end, Florida.
This guy is so lengthy. It's actually insane. I thought he was fairly slow off the line. Straight power rusher, really not much finesse, speed factor to it. He had a meniscus injury in 2025 that required surgery. He seems to be recovering fine from that. Does have great size, though, super long arms. His footwork is good, and he has a great ability to set the edge. He's not really at all a big coverage guy. He played there a lot, and I didn't think he was very good. But a decent addition as a run defender, and just that size and strength plays a huge factor into what he's able to do. That'll bring up the Detroit Lions selection. Feels like it's been a while since we've seen them select.
With the 157th pick, the 2026 NFL Draft, Detroit Lions select Keith Abney II, DB, Arizona State.
All right, so Keith Abney II, one of those last 2 guys that had a 2nd-round grade on, finally flies off the board. I actually have still one of my draft profiles on him in my bag, but I don't need to get it out. I was a huge fan of Keith Abney. He was my 6th ranked corner. He's probably the 15th that was taken. Played a lot of zone coverage at Arizona State, but when he played in man coverage, I thought he was just completely locked down. A little bit of a small frame, which could play a role against more physical or deep threat receivers. Very patient as a press corner. Smooth hips, doesn't get twisted up. Very good tackler. Great acceleration and makeup speed. He's going to make plays on the ball. His hands are good. I think this guy is a playmaker. He's a day one impact guy. And if you are the Detroit Lions, I think you got a guy that can help be an impact in your secondary, which is not very talented right away. Week 1. First training camp, first OTA, first rookie mini camp, whatever you're looking at. So the Dolphins pick is in. We're waiting on that. And after that, it's the Vikings who are on the clock still. The pick is not in, so they're catching up. They were flying there for a second, but Keith Abney was my best player available. Now leaving Emmett Johnson, the running back out of Nebraska, the last player that I had a 2nd-round grade on, still available. And after that, it's all guys that I had available, or a 3rd or 4th round grade on. Starting with Chandler Rivers, corner out of Duke, who we really haven't talked about too much, any of these guys. J.C. Davis out of Illinois, he's an offensive tackle, as well as Brian Parker, who could play really anywhere on the line. It's debated. He's out of Duke, and Garrett Nussmeier, the quarterback out of LSU. Those are my top 5 remaining. We'll get into them as we potentially see them go off the board here at 5, or after that in round 6 and 7. I am interested as we approach our team's selections here. Patriots at 31 and the Eagles with 38. Who are you looking for maybe for the Pats to potentially select here? I know we're only at 18 of the 5th round, but is there anyone on your radar?
You know,
Any position maybe I could help you out?
I mean, we're good on the offensive line. We got some defensive help with Gabe Yakis. We got the tight end pick.
Any receivers potentially?
I mean, who's still out there for receivers?
I'll let you know any specific archetype. I mean, there's Deion Burks. Oh, they're gonna cut us off. The Dolphins make their pick real quick. That was one of those safeties that I wasn't huge on. He missed a few weeks from surgery on a broken thumb, but great awareness both in the pass run game. He was solid in man coverage, though he didn't play too much of it, and was primarily playing deep, but always ended up really where the ball was. So, an impact guy. That's all you're really looking for in the 5th round here. Has a chance to start for the Dolphins. I mean, Minka Fitzpatrick's gone. Secondary is very weak, so I don't know. I mean, there's a chance, but let's get back to the Patriots. Is there any certain type of receiver that you mean? Because I mean, there's Deion Burks, he's 5'9", speedy outside receiver. Are you looking for a big guy, sort of like a Diggs archetype, to replace that?
We do need a Diggs kind of guy, but at the same time, we still got AJ Brown on the line, seeing where and if he'll go.
So maybe a depth guy.
Yeah.
I like Tyron Montgomery a lot. He's out of John Carroll, which is a
Okay.
D3 school, but really big performance at the Senior Bowl and turned some heads. He had 1,500 yards and 15 touchdowns, which is the D3 level, but I think this guy really has the talents to produce. So I think he'd be a very he's a good player to take a chance on. It's the 5th round and the end of it in your case. So I think for the Eagles, the safeties that I really wanted are gone, but guys like Jalen Stroman, I'm very intrigued by out of Notre Dame. He'd probably be my top one right now, but really I'm open to a lot. It could be a corner. I think it'll probably be a safety. Take Michael Taff off my best available.
159th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
Max Bredesen, the running back out of Michigan, not one of the guys I was able to get to in my film, unfortunately, but that is just appalling to me with guys like Emmett Johnson and Katron Allen and Jamari Taylor, who I was super high on the board, that Bredesen goes here. Oh, is he a tight end?
Yeah, he's a tight
Oh,
end.
I thought they said running back. My apologies. That doesn't change the fact that
Looks like he had some sort of injury this year because he only had 2 receptions for 11 yards.
Gosh, I hope so. Go to game log. Yeah, okay. So he only played in 2 games against University of New Mexico and Maryland. So hopefully he's on the right track to recovery. But
Say not much tape to watch.
Yeah.
As terrible as that is.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna move right on to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here. And they have him as a fullback. That's electric. Replace C.J. Ham. I love that.
2026 NFL Draft, Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Billy Stroud, guard, Notre Dame.
I really like Billy Stroud. For as low as I have him graded, I think he is truly a very talented guard. Only played in 7 games this year due to an MCL sprain, which is one of the main reasons that I had him as low as I did. Rarely gets beat one-on-one though. Hands are super polished. His footwork is clean. His speed when pulling as a lead blocker, it's not great. But there's no question base protections. He's shining as a pass blocker. That's a Bucs pick, and their guards aren't great. So maybe he doesn't start right away, but could have the chance to do that, or at least get some time as a swing offensive lineman. He was my 14th best player available, So not only top 30, but top 15. I'm a big fan of that pick. And we are going to get to a break. Could be one of our last ones of the stream, unfortunately, but we'll be right back with the Chiefs pick. All right, we welcome you back. The Chiefs are set to select here at pick 161. This will mark 20 picks until the end of our stream at 181, and we'll get into the Patriots and the Eagles as we get closer. As you know, we are fans of those teams. I already have my guys picked out that I want. I know we were just talking about it for Will, possibly a receiver for the Patriots.
I mean, you'd be able to add to an already decent wide receiving core. You got Kayshon Boutte for now.
He's an Eagle, buddy.
So then AJ Brown's
Yeah,
a Patriot.
I know.
We know how this
Yeah.
works.
That's what I meant, like in that trade. Oh, Emmett Johnson, I missed it. Oh, of course he went to the Chiefs.
So now they got Emmett Johnson, Kenneth Walker, Mansour Delane on defense. I mean, I'm just trying to name some.
Man, I don't see. He was my best player available, and I'm a huge fan of Emmett Johnson. If you haven't heard over the past few days, and I wish he went earlier, just not to the Chiefs. That's very disappointing. But I'm glad that he went. I think he is a very talented running back. He's patient but explosive. Phenomenal agility as well as block shedding. Does not go down easy whatsoever. Not a great blocker and isn't really much of a receiving back. But when he is a receiving back, he's very solid after the catch. Moves really well from east to west. Crazy how big of a role he played at Nebraska. He genuinely was their entire offense. He averaged almost 6 yards a carry on over 250 carries. And he had over 1,400 rushing yards. Those are insane numbers. I don't know how you felt in the middle of the 5th round. Congratulations, Kansas City. You got yourself a stud. Let me put it out there, by the way. I really want Jalen Stroman for the Eagles, so if he gets picked, I'm going to be really mad. I had to set the story. Wow. Okay, so Emmett Johnson was my best player available, and after I took him off the board, it was Chandler Rivers. So 2 back-to-back very good picks. I actually did like Chandler Rivers. His film was so hard to find for some reason, but really polished as a zone corner. A huge part of that Duke team that was they won the ACC. I almost forgot. Yeah, not just in the championship, they won. Fluid hips and change of direction is elite. Great makeup speed, a smart and instinctive player. His play recognition is uncanny. One of the best zone corners in this class and just a smart guy overall. I really like that pick for the Ravens. I'll be interested to see his role there with Marlon Humphrey and others. But that'll bring us to the Vikings pick here at 163. That was acquired via the Eagles. So let's see who this pick turns out to be. If it's J.C. Davis, that'll be crazy because now he's my number 1 player available. That'll actually be insane. Dude, I love Charles Demings, a corner out of Stephen F. Austin. I was wondering when he was going to go. Obviously, I didn't expect it to be too high just with the small school, and I just didn't use that as good as the other top corners, but really not fazed by fast footwork or releases. He keeps his hips square, and he's not going to bite. Played a lot of tight press man coverage, and he was very proficient in it, insanely sticky, and I think he has the speed to keep up with these NFL guys. He was faster than the guys he's playing at the level that Stephen F. Austin is playing in. And I think he's going to fit in perfectly. I love that pick for the Vikings. That might be my favorite pick for them all weekend, although I did love the Caleb Banks pick, which I know Nick didn't. We talked about that. But, man, am I a fan of Charles Demings. And their secondary, similar to maybe it was Baltimore, but even more so than Baltimore, is just a lot more open. So I'm a big fan of that pick. That'll bring up the Jags here at 164.
Closing in on the Pats and Eagles picks. I mean,
Yeah, we are.
What is worrying me though is that the Bills had back-to-back picks. Before that, the Ravens are just going to go on terrible picks.
What do they have? 2 or 3?
They had 2 picks here.
Yeah, 2 picks. Now, I'm a huge Charles Demings fan. A bunch of guys I love just going off the board, and him, Rivers, and Emmett Johnson. You love to see it.
Pittsburgh is known for a lot of things. It's known for its bridges, it's known for its people, it's known for its championship caliber football team, the Steelers. It's known for terrible talent. It's known for incredible food, and especially for Mandy Rugby. All right, so let's talk a little bit about this guy. It started at
Alright, well, it seems like the Permane Brothers taste test is going on the stage, so we will go to break and bring you right back for the Jacksonville Jaguars selection. Alright, I welcome you back as I'm going to have to do this pick until Will gets back solo. But the Jacksonville Jaguars are set to select here. It feels like it's starting to get very repetitive with who's pitting, especially the Niners. But the Jaguars being one of those teams as well. So is Tanner Kozoil, the tight end out of Houston, that gets selected here at 164. For some reason, this guy's name just stuck out into my head for the past week, and I was waiting to talk about him, and here it is. I'll tell you this, all the hype for him is due to him being a receiver, not a run blocker. He has a great catch radius, not easy to bring down, reliable hands, and just really seemed to thrive wherever as a receiver, short, intermediate, deep. So that was the second tight end that the Jags have taken. They took Nate Borker in the second round. Again, that was so early, but nonetheless, a receiving tight end now, the opposite of Borker being that run blocker. And yeah, we're gonna send it back to break because now they're cooking on the stage, Permane Brothers. All right, we bring you back for the selection at 165 with the Tennessee Titans here. The Bears on the clock at 166. This is the 25th pick of the 5th round. Again, we'll have you till the end of the 5th round, which is pick 181, the 41st of the 5th round. And then we'll say so long from the NFL draft. So let's look at the Titans pick here. Wow, so Singleton before Katron Allen when it comes to the Penn State running back. Sorry, I'm a little surprised. He was more of a receiving back. Great vision, not great speed, but his acceleration did stand out. It's just a pure rusher. I thought he went down pretty easily. He wasn't too good after contact or through contact. Almost reminded me of Isaiah Pacheco with the way he runs. and his awareness as a receiver was just a little bit slow. So I was higher on Katron Allen. I actually had Katron Allen as one of the top guys still available. Yeah, number 6 for Katron Allen and 26 for Nick Singleton. So I'll take him off the list now that he's gone. But we're closing in on our picks. I did forget about Jalen Kilgore, the safety out of South Carolina. I would like him too, but I think Jalen Stroman would be my top fit just in terms of how he would play with the Eagles over Burks, who might be more of a cornerback role in the NFL. So I really want Stroman. I like Lorenzo Styles Sr. from Ohio State. I like Bishop Fitzgerald out of USC. I really think it has to be a safety. It's such a point of emphasis for the team. But they couldn't imagine it being anywhere else because the other positions were edge, which they got with Grenard, tight end, which they got with Stowers, I guess receiver, which they got with Makai Lemon. It was like up in the air if it would be a priority or not. And then in the third round, you got that Lane Johnson replacement with Mark Hellbell. So unless I'm trying to think, I mean, you don't go quarterback, you don't go running back, unless you go with the interior of the offensive line, which I think is in play after Tyler Steen last year. He was very up and down. There are a decent amount of good guards. I like Armaj Reed Adams out of Texas A&M, as well as Inez Cooper out of Miami. So there's a few names that I'll be happy with. I think it's either interior offensive line, but mainly I think it will be a safety. I mean, that's really my only breakdown for the Eagles pick. We're still a ways away. We're just the Bills are on the clock at 167. We were 178. But as we get closer, it's fun to monitor and see where we might potentially land. A notable name, Garrett Nussmeier, is still on the board. He is my third best player available. 1 being J.C. Davis out of Illinois. 2 being Brian Parker out of Duke. Nussmeier at 3. Isaiah World, the tackle out of Oregon, at 4, and Rayshawn Benny, the D tackle out of Michigan, being 5.
The 156th pick, the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select
All right, so the Bears go with linebacker, and it is Keyshawn Elliott out of Arizona State. I had a difficult time choosing between who I liked out of him and Bryce Boddicker, who went earlier. But Keyshawn Elliott, his downhill speed really stood out right away. Really didn't impress me at all in coverage. It was actually sometimes what I thought to be a liability. Upside as a run defender, though, with his speed, not prone to missing tackles, and he actually played in the slot a little bit as a coverage guy. So you get some versatility with him. I wasn't too high on him. Again, we're in the 5th round. I'll try to really quickly find him on my best available, so we can keep it moving. I admit again, it's going to be somewhat low if I can even find him, which I guess I can't because that's the bottom. He was actually top 30, so 28 on my best available. Still, I had a few linebackers above him available, one being Deontay Lawson out of Alabama, and then Dame Tucker out of Western Michigan, who's also more of a pass rusher, defensive end, and I'm a big fan of him. He's one of my guys that I'd like to see go. So, yeah, that was 166. The Bills at 167. Their pick is in, and the Lions are on the clock at 168, the 28th of the 5th round. Still plenty of good talent on the board. I'd say about 15, no, I don't know, probably 19 guys, and then I'd probably drop it a tier, with 19 being Deontay Lawson and 20 being Cyrus Allen, the receiver out of Cincinnati. So still lots of names to look out for. I'm excited, as we'll send it to break and come back to you with the Bills pick. Buffalo Bills set to select here at pick 167, 27th of the 5th round. Let's see who it is. All right, so one of the guys I was looking for potentially at 178, Jalen Kilgore, not my top guy, but someone I definitely was keeping my eye on, goes there to Buffalo with Jalen Kilgore out of South Carolina. Might play corner. I've seen that, but he was a safety. Played a lot in the slot and in the box too, so a little bit versatile. Doesn't have great acceleration and isn't the best in man coverage, but really excels as a run defender, both mentally in terms of awareness and IQ, and physically, obviously in terms of tackles and making plays on the ball. So I like that pick for the Bills. You know, I was hoping he could possibly come over to Philly, you know, but didn't roll that way. And the Lions pick is in, and the hometown Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. I think they're still looking. I don't know. Are Steeler fans happy with this draft class so far?
I think it's kind of. I think it kind of depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
You ask some people, they're gonna say, "Oh, I hate Drew Aller. I hate our first round. I can't stand the fact that we took
Max Einekor.
Yeah, Ryan
Yeah.
Core." But I mean,
You know, we'll wait. Keep going on, and I'll talk about
so
it.
wide receiver taking off the board there, Kendrick Law out of Kentucky. But I mean, back to the Steelers, you kind of, again, it depends on who you ask. Yes, certain people, they say they'll hate all their draft picks. Some people love all the draft picks. I think you really hit on Ianacor.
I like Jennings Dunker too.
I love Jennings Dunker.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Kendrick Law real quick. Saw a lot of action in screen passes, and is a big threat after the catch. Super shifty and has really smooth hips. Just not a great blocker, but not afraid to get out there. So props to him there. Doesn't have any crazy receiver traits in terms of route running, hands, ball tracking, but definitely stood out as a after the catch little shifty guy. So, but that puts the Steelers on the clock. So we'll see. I'm interested to see what they do here. I'm surprised that they haven't taken a linebacker yet. I think that's in play here. Maybe it's Deontay Lawson out of Alabama potentially. I'm trying to look who else I even have available. Maybe it's a guy I've never watched before. Aiden Fisher out of Indiana. I liked him as well. So Torian York, the linebacker from A&M. I think it could be a number of guys if it is a linebacker here. Red Murdoch. That's an interesting name out of Buffalo. That'd be cool. And that was Detroit that took Kendrick Law. All right, so 4 more picks in the 5th round regularly, and then you have, of course, the compensation picks. If you don't know what a comp pick is, it is rewarded to teams if they have a free agent sign to another team that has a certain amount of stats, or it can be involved in a trade. For instance, the Eagles traded Hassan Reddick, and due to a number of snaps he played, the Eagles got a 3rd round pick instead of a 4th or 5th. So it is dependent, on who the player is. I know the Eagles also got 2 comp picks for Milton Williams when he signed with the Patriots and Josh Sweat when he signed with the Cardinals. So it's when you lose players, you're being compensated, hence a compensation pick. Quick little draft education.
With the 169th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the legendary Pittsburgh Steelers select Riley Nowakowski, a tight end for Indiana.
Dude, I couldn't be a Steelers fan, I'll say that. He's about exactly what you would expect out of a Steelers tight end. He's an above-average blocker, both run and pass game, so that's a positive. His speed is a big factor to his ability as a receiver, and his route running was really not too bad. Not easy to bring down with the ball in his hands, but really probably a blocking threat more than anything. He was a decent part of that Indiana offense that won the national championship, being used pre-snap and motion, but not who I would have went with if you're going to go with tight end with guys like Michael Trigg on the board, Jack Endries even, or Joe Royer. So an interesting pick nonetheless, but I feel like I've really said that for every selection that the Steelers have made so far. But the Browns pick is in, which means your Patriots are on the clock. Will,
I'm waiting to throw that hat on the second they're up.
We need a prediction on who you think and who you want.
All right. So, who I think we're gonna take? I mean, if this were a couple of years ago, Belichick at the helm, I'd be saying a long snapper at a Holy Cross, but that's thankfully not the case here. I want is JB and Harris. I think you'd add to that. You add to it.
With the 170th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Joe Royer, tight end Cincinnati.
I just touched on him, but keep going.
Yeah, so I'm looking at JV and Harris for the Pats. I mean, you add him to the defensive line. I think that would be just a really solid pickup. That being said, I wouldn't be mad at Deion Burks either, at the wide receiver out of Oklahoma. I think he'd be a nice addition. You add him along with.
Did you guys trade the pick?
Nope.
Okay. My bad. Keep going.
No, you're good. You're good. Again, I wouldn't hate Deion. It's either Javian Harris or Deion Burks. I think Deion Burks would pair nicely with Pop Douglas.
Yeah.
In that wide receiver room, I like that a lot. And depending on where the AJ Brown deal goes, I think that's a great wide receiver room. And again, Diggs is a free agent, so I'm not saying you can't have AJ Brown and Stephon Diggs on the same team, but it's
gosh, that locker room would be destructive.
That would be an interesting locker room to look at.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think if you're looking at D tackle, I really like Rayshon Benny out of Michigan. I think he'd be a great fit. But as well as if you go with a pass rusher, Mikel Kamara and Ndame Tucker out of Western Michigan, I'm very high on from a pass rushing sense. So I think I'd be happy, or if I were you, I'd be happy. There's other defensive ends such as Caden Curry or Anthony Lucas, but I think they're more run defending guys. So take it with take it for what you will.
Look, we gave up a lot of runs in the Super Bowl. That was an issue. That was one of the main issues we had in that game. There were a lot of we did a lot wrong in that game. But BJ Payne is another guy.
Really, I'm not a big BJ Payne guy.
Really, I mean, we need a safety. So
if you take Jalen Sherman, I'm just gonna say run because I'm really very mad at you personally. It's your fault.
Call mine.
The New England Patriots select Harold Rogie, the Sunspec Wake Forest. Go back!
Got me for a loss.
Karen Prunty. All right.
We're gonna have to do some live research reaction because I'm not familiar with him.
Okay, 6'2", 192. Seems pretty agile. Missed a bunch of seasons.
How old
but
is he?
He is.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, let me check bio. Doesn't even list his age.
He's 24.
Okay.
He'll be 25 halfway through the season.
That's not really who I wanted to have my Pats pick up, but I mean, hey, welcome to the team. Wow, 23 solo tackles, 1 forced fumble, an interception, and 8 passes deflected. I mean, that's something. I mean, I'm not gonna say he's gonna be on the line with Gonzo, but maybe we can. I don't even know where to. I'm sorry. Like I have no
Probably
idea.
just a rotation guy.
Yeah, exactly.
So, well,
If we're up 30, throw him in.
likely the final Pats pick of your coverage for this draft. So, what did we think of the class?
So I like most of the class. I'm a little disappointed with that pick right there. I'm not gonna lie. I thought there were a bunch of other guys we could have gone after there. But honestly, I like it. I love Gabe Yakis. Lomu is time will tell with him. I think he'll sit a couple games in the season. Just learn behind Campbell, Elijah Vera Tucker, Morgan Moses. Just a lot of. I'm not gonna call Will Campbell a veteran, but I mean he has more experience than Caleb Lomu.
More experience at giving up 14 pressures in the Super Bowl.
Okay, so he played on a torn MCL. He's a rookie.
Our rookie had a pick 6 in the Super Bowl.
Your rookie offensive lineman?
No, our rookie corner.
Okay, well, we're talking about offensive linemen and a cornerback. I'd hope a cornerback has at least a pass breakup.
He had a pick 6.
Oh no, trust me, I was cheering for that. I didn't want the Chiefs to win that game.
Yeah. All right. Is this the Saints selection?
This would be the Saints selection.
Mike went out. There we go. They got it back.
The 2026 NFL Draft. New Orleans Saints select Lorenzo Styles.
Okay. One of the guys I wanted. So he did have surgery in March for a right shoulder injury, but he's very explosive as a run defender, very versatile. Played in the slot more than he played deep, but he tested incredibly well at the combine. So I'm not really worried about that right shoulder surgery. Ooh, that was one of the guys I was rooting for to be an Eagle. I am kind of mad that he just got taken because, I mean, now look, guy I want in Kilgore, or Stroman is still there, but that makes it thinner, so great. And I'm down to 94 players that I've watched that are still available with, I'm not even sure how many picks left, but hopefully, well, that will definitely take us to the end of the 5th round.
About 8 picks left here.
Yeah, and we have 5 selections until the Eagles will be on the clock.
So you got the Ravens, Raiders, Chiefs, and Dolphins.
Yeah, the Ravens with back-to-back picks. Preface that they're up right now, and your guy doesn't even have a picture. Oh my goodness!
I would have preferred Lorenzo Styles over Karen Prunty, but I mean, hopefully he develops into something and can add him onto the cornerback line with Christian Gonzalez. But I very much doubt that he'll be there. But hopefully he proves me wrong. You never know.
So the Ravens with back-to-back picks, we are still waiting on their first selection to come in. They're on the clock. Under 30 seconds to go. Funny enough, I guess they can take it all the time in the world because the team that would be able to jump them is themselves. So if they want, they can really take their time to think about it. And they're going to go promotion. So we're going to go to break. We'll come back, hopefully, with the Ravens back-to-back picks. All right, so we're coming to you live with the Ravens back-to-back picks. Their first selection is Josh Cuevas to tight end out of Alabama. That's the second tight end they've taken now. Took Matthew Hebner just a few rounds ago, and now it's Josh Cuevas out of Alabama, a very high-level blocker. So there's your. We talked about Hebner being the Isaiah Likely replacement. There's your Charlie Kolar replacement. He drives as a pass protector more than a run blocker. Not much of a threat in the passing game, which leads me to believe that he won't be more than that tight end 3. He struggles to get separation in man coverage. Really not a great route runner. There is your Isaiah Likely and Charlie Kolar replacement in Matthew Hebner and Josh Cuevas. All right, so that puts us just what is it? A few picks. I mean, Philly is on the screen. They're coming up next screen, so I'm getting ready. Still a lot of interesting names available. I'm looking at Eli Heidenreich, fullback, receiver, running back out of Navy. I think he's going to have a Taysom Hill type role in the NFL. From Pittsburgh, I'm very interested to see where he's going to land. Sorry, I was just editing my board and I saw that. I was like, we haven't really talked about him at all. Gosh, I hope so. Get all the time in the world. We are closing in on the end of the third round with how many picks left? Is that it? And a 41. So yeah, we're into the comp picks. I think it's 8. Yeah, 8 picks left. So take the time now in between picks to say thank you to everyone that's watched. I'm sure we'll say it again, but huge thank you to Nick Fernball for helping us out with the technical side.
Did not know how to set this up.
This is my first time, me and Will's first time doing this on our own, producing it. So
okay, well, hopefully first of many more to come. I mean, obviously got a long road ahead of us here at Duquesne. It's just been an honor to just do the NFL draft.
Yeah, I think I'm getting myself situated with the software on here, so hopefully I'm going to take some time over the summer and really try to become a master at it. Maybe look up some YouTube videos and be ready for next year. Absolutely. Because it's going to be a productive year. I already know it. And
we're hitting the ground running.
DSTV to the moon.
DSTV to the absolute moon.
As soon as we find out who the president is, whoever runs the Instagram account just has to change the bio to that. DSTV to the moon.
Oh, I just changed the profile name to that.
Yeah.
DSTV.
All right, here's the Raiders' second pick, or Ravens' second pick. Oh, wow. Okay, Adam Randall goes round 5. I thought he was going to go about round 7. the final running back that I watched, I think he's 6'2" as well, massive size, similar to Mike Washington, a former wide receiver, not too agile, but slippery and definitely difficult to bring down. Good long speed. I think he needs to be more patient, and his vision definitely needs some work. But I mean, you're behind Derrick Henry. You're not going to go out there and start right away. So I think that is actually a very good mentor to have in terms of your archetype as a running back. So I do mess with that pick. And is it the Raiders up? We are up to speed. So we're waiting on the Raiders to make their selection. We will be back soon. All right, we welcome you back. The Raiders making their selection at 175 and Chiefs on the clock at 176. Is it finally time for the Raiders to get Mendoza a receiving weapon? Let's see. They are going heavy in the secondary. That's the second corner and third safety, and additionally with the safeties to the third guy of the secondary that they have taken. Masses can definitely be defined as a ball hawk. Really good in zone coverage, making plays on the ball. Funny enough, is also really good with the ball in his hands. I think he had 5 picks and 4 pick sixes. So that's incredible. Isn't bad in man coverage, but definitely excels in zone. Really not much of a run defender. He's really scrawny. So I like the pick. I mean, he's 27 on my best available list. So anything in that top 30 again, I really like. Maybe we're starting to close down on that with only 90 or so guys left, but I like it, and puts the Eagles within 3 picks. So I'm gonna go with the top 3 guys that I want to see. Number 1 is the same guy that's been the entire time, Jalen Stroman, out of Notre Dame. Number 2, I think it's gonna be Armaj Reed Adams, the guard out of A&M, and number 3, Bishop Fitzgerald, the safety out of USC. But I'm really not locked into anyone after Stroman. He's my number 1, and we'll assess the other 2, after the selection. I also think there is a chance that they go edge rusher, even with Bernard, Mikal Kamara, Anthony Lucas, Nadame Tucker. I would love Nadame Tucker. I think he's great. Who else is there? Caden Curry, I like out of Ohio State. So
Caden Curry, I mean, he's a guy I kind of wanted.
Yeah.
I passed to take, but can't beggars can't be right, I guess.
beggars can't be choosers.
I don't really know how that's saying. I don't know what that saying means, so I'm gonna guess it has something related to this.
Yeah. The Dolphins, they're on the clock. The Chiefs pick is in. We are waiting to hear that selection. I already don't like the Chiefs. If they steal one of my guys, I'm gonna even not like them more. But there's like 7 guys. I'm not huge on Anthony Lucas, so I'd say probably 6 guys that I'm real interested in. 3 I mentioned, and then the 3 edge rushers in Kamara, Curry, and Nadame Tucker. But I'll assess it after these 2 picks in case anyone's taken. And I'll give it time to think.
The 2026 NFL Draft. Kansas City Chiefs select Cyrus Allen, wide receiver, Cincinnati.
Alright, so they do go receiver. They really don't have too many guys ever that are receivers with size. But here you go, super shifty and super agile. Played a large amount of snaps in the slot, but did venture out to the outside at times. Speed is a big-time advantage and allowed him to be a big-time big threat, as well as a threat after the catch. So not one of the guys I was worried about them taking, which, that works out for me. The Dolphins have still not made a selection. We are sitting behind them waiting, on them to make that pick so we can call our guy in. Stroman 1, Reed Adams. I think I'm actually going to put Nadame Tucker at 2, Reed Adams at 3. And then 4 and 5 would be 4 and 5 would be Caden Curry, and then Macau Kamara. Those are probably the top 5 I want. 6 would be Bishop Fitzgerald. I'm not huge on him, to be honest. I don't think I'm missing any other safeties.
If I'm correct, this is the first Eagles pick of the day, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so we've been waiting since...
I've been waiting since round 3 when we took Markel Bell at 68, which is the 4th pick of the 3rd round.
So you've been waiting 110 picks.
Yeah. Yeah. So please don't disappoint me. Please, 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 please. Alright, well, I guess we can take it to a break unless there's something you want to talk about, because the Dolphins still have not made their selection, and we're kind of sitting here, so we'll come back with the Dolphins pick. The Dolphins are set to select. Following that will be the Eagles. And after the Eagles, only 3 picks left of the stream in the 5th round. It's been a pleasure, but let's get to the Dolphins pick first. Okay. So I did watch him. I can't say I was the biggest fan of him, and a lot of people were pretty high on him. Where is he? Oh, here he is. He plays a lot bigger than he is. He's very shifty and not afraid to take a hit if he needs to. He spent the past 3 years on 3 different Power 4 teams, but really saw an increasing role every year. Has a super explosive step off the line. And that's the 3rd receiver the Dolphins have taken. So, we'll see what's going on with them. I am nervous because we're up. After that, though, only 3 picks left in the stream. Again, thank you to everyone who watched. Thank you to Nick Fernball for helping us with the production side of it because we would have been completely lost. And
I honestly, obviously we have Nick Fernball to thank, but I mean, we're just gonna thank you seniors here. Got to shout out Jack Morgan for all the work that he's done with building up DSTV to where it is now. I mean, obviously you got Nick Fernbaugh, but Harley Verivet, the great work that he and Morgan Carr do over at DSR just doesn't go unnoticed. And we're gonna look to continue their legacies. I mean, they literally got us credentialed into every event we did this year. Donovan and I were lucky enough to work the A10 tournament. We got to see our Dukes win a game. Also, we got to be on the floor at PPG Paints Arena, so that was just incredible. I was on the field at Acrisure Stadium. If you had told me about a year ago now that I would be in this position, I would have thought you were out of your mind. But it's just so special to see what a year and such great people can do. So I could not be more grateful.
Yeah, I think you pretty much covered it, man. Thank you to Nick and Jack and Harley, Morgan, everyone involved. Shout out to my boys Tyler and Leo, who I did on the clock with through the 2nd semester. Doing a draft prep with you guys was awesome. Obviously, Will and Brendan, everyone that helped us out with that. Carlos, of course, we didn't mention Carlos.
Never forget CST.
CST, my man. And the Eagles pick is in with that being said, so we're going to select it hopefully soon. I've been waiting since 109 picks ago or 110 picks ago for the selection here, and I am very nervous. I think they're going to throw a curveball at me, but I think it should be safety. I'm hoping it's Stroman. He's my number one, and if not, we'll assess it on what it is. I'm hoping it's a guy I know, unlike Will's Pats, who just took some dude. That was the first dude. Okay, I had heard of the other dudes. That was the first dude who I've never heard of. Yeah. Like, the other guys that I didn't watch I'd heard of, I've never heard that guy. So, I hope that makes you feel better.
It does a little bit.
That was a joke, by the way. I didn't actually think that was going to make you feel better.
It would help if we took maybe Caden Curry with the pick of the 6th round or something.
Yeah. Something. All right. Here we go. I'm nervous. It's 5th round.
Oh my goodness, Valentine.
We actually took a quarterback.
Oh my goodness, Valentine. That was not the shot that you wanted there.
I was texting my dad about 30 minutes ago and saying, I'm hearing rumors that we're going to take a quarterback because I saw it a few times on Twitter before. We have so many bigger needs.
Hey, it's okay, bro. We all take picks. We don't.
What? I didn't even. Really.
Who's your backup quarterback right now?
Tanner McKee, and we traded for Andy Dalton, who's like ancient. But dude, I did not even really like Cole Payton, man. First North Dakota State quarterback since Carson Wentz on the team. Oh man.
I hate to be this guy, but the last time you had a North Dakota State quarterback on the team, you did win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but he wasn't playing.
Yeah. But he did lead you to a Super Bowl, so
Are you kidding me?
that's
So disappointing, bro.
that's not true.
Pittsburgh is called the city of champions, but we are also the leaders of robotics
How
innovation.
did we do that, dude? It's
People come from
ridiculous.
all over the world to develop new technology in robotics and AI to improve humanity.
Whatever. We've had a phenomenal draft up until that point. I don't understand that we need safety so bad.
This is what Pittsburgh's known for now, not just being an amazing city for football.
I should have known. They were literally saying that.
You got your hopes up.
Yeah, that's on me, I guess. Well, 3 picks here. I'm gonna have to suffer through. Because now I'm in a bad mood. Can we get a quote from Can I get a quote? I can not. Okay, so we didn't even break down the pick. It's Cole Payton out of North Dakota State. He's a lefty. He's a dual threat quarterback. I mean, he's like, isn't he like 5'10"? I'm pretty sure he's like super short too.
He's 6'2".
Okay,
He's
never
6'2",
mind.
232.
He's fast. I know that, but like, yeah, I'm pretty sure his accuracy is like not good. Dude, I'm mad. I don't think I've ever been so disappointed about a 5th round selection.
No, that's just the beauty that football
Yeah.
can bring out.
Can't believe that. All right, Dolphins are picking, or Niners are picking again.
San Francisco 49ers select Enrique Cruz Jr. tackle, Kansas.
No, but I've heard of this guy. I haven't. Did I? I'd bring him up either way. I don't think I did, but I've definitely heard of him. No, yeah, I was not able to get around to Enrique Cruz Jr. You probably won't find too many stats on him,
Literally
but
no stats.
he's an offensive lineman. He's 6'6", 320. Played at Kansas. Yeah, I've definitely heard of this guy because, well, I guess I would have watched him when I watched Bryce
6'6",
Olsen, their center.
320.
So, redshirt senior. How old is he?
He is.
Maybe look it up, see if you can find it. I can't believe it took a quarterback.
Yeah,
Some positivity from
does not give his age.
Some positivity from my dad about the pick. He said Howie does know what he's doing. They probably have something in the works, which is true. It's wrong. It's probably wrong for me to doubt Howie Roseman after how much he's done, but man, that's just disappointing. I wonder if they're going to go into the season starting Marcus Epps. And all right, well, I'll give an overview, I guess, after the final pick. I loved our 3 picks up until that, and I love the acquisition of Grenard. I'm still yet to decide on what I think about his extension. Cole Payton, though, I can't really get behind it.
Yeah.
Maybe there's talks of trading Tanner McKee.
Didn't you just sign him though?
No, we drafted him a few years ago, but I don't know.
You just signed Dalton, so it doesn't make sense.
Well, we just traded for Dalton, so maybe we cut him. I don't know. We gave the 7th rounder to get him. And the Dolphins pick is in, and the final pick of the 5th round is Bills. They're on the clock. So
Cut McKee. Yeah, the
no, we
quarterback
won't
room
cut McKee. We would trade him.
trade McKee. You have a quarterback room of Hurts, your obvious starter. Dalton, your veteran backup.
And
And,
Cole Payton.
I mean,
Or
that's honestly best case scenario that I see.
I think if Dalton goes, yeah, I don't know. The thing is, like, McKee and Cole Payton are so different. I think Payton's more similar to Hurts than McKee. So I don't know, man. It'll be interesting to see. Oh, never mind. The Bills already made their selection. So both picks are in. Both final picks that we'll be covering for you here on DSTV.
I believe our final live stream
Of
this
the
year
year.
as well.
Yep,
So,
that'll be my final production because I'm leaving Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
So it's been a productive second semester, I'd say, for me. I did 12 on the clock episodes. I did 9 215 Sports Show episodes, the A10 tournament.
In the NFL draft.
Called a few games with you. The
Yes,
NFL
sir.
draft.
We had a doubleheader baseball game.
We had the baseball. We had the lacrosse game.
That's right. We made our ESPN debut. That's right.
I called the 2 A10 games with Jack Morgan, of course, and built a lot of relationships as well. It's been a very productive year, and we'll see what the future has in store for us.
Hey, year two.
Year 2 is going to go crazy. DSTV to the moon.
DSTV to the absolute moon.
Us and a lot of freshmen that are involved. Yeah. Brendan Flato, Tyler Buzzard, Leo Martinez Valerio, Tyler Moyer. Shout out my man Tyler Moyer. Go Sixers.
Hey, Tyler Buzzard, though, last I checked, jury was still out on him.
Why?
I thought there was some rumblings last night about him spoiling some picks.
Oh, no, that was Leo.
Oh, that was Leo?
Yeah.
Wow. All
spoiled the Ty Simpson pick.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's
he spoiled it to me and Tyler. The
The
jury's out on Leo. We're banning him.
Oh, okay. I will.
Leo, you're banned.
That's personal. That's personal bias on your end.
I don't even have the power to do that, so. Well, they're taking their time to make these last 2 picks, but we won't go to break just because it's the last little bit. But yeah, what about you? Is this it for you? Are you doing any Gridiron Gospel before end of the year?
Probably not. I mean, I like everything I've done with from this year. I mean, I started up Gridiron Gospel, built it to almost 50 followers on Instagram. We're working on that. We're working on the YouTube. There's rumblings that we might do a little bit in the summer, maybe with some Zoom interviews, but I'd much rather do it in person. But I mean, again, it's like you said, I've had similar experiences too. I mean, I've been courtside for multiple Duquesne basketball games at home. I've been able to call multiple Duquesne games, men's, women's. I've done more than I could have expected in my freshman year. Like we always say, Duquesne TV to the moon. And I mean, year 2, I'm looking for it to be even better than this year.
Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like the Dolphins are going to make their selection here, and maybe they'll go right into the Bills pick. So. Oh. Might be like Le'Veon Moss or something. He had a lot of injuries. They have me lost there. I'm not familiar. Oh, is he there?
I believe he's an international.
Is he in the green room?
I believe so.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's good for him.
So they have a 5th round pick in the green room. How awesome is that? I wonder if they'll have a jersey for him. That is awesome, dude.
Seydou Traore.
Yeah, I had not heard of him. Good for him, though. He's a tight end. I bet you he plays fullback. No, he'll probably play tight end.
6'6", 220. That's a big man.
He played basketball at Utah.
Wow. All right. So
he's from the Bronx.
So I grabbed the wrong Instagram.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. He's from London.
Okay.
Oh, that's sick that he's there.
35 receptions, 369 yards, and 5 touchdowns for him last year. So good for him.
Oh, that's why Goodell was out there. That makes sense. No, that's pretty cool. I'm glad they did that. All right, well, following that, that'll bring us to the final selection here on DSTV's coverage of the NFL Draft. Again, you can find me on Donovan C Sports on X and Donovan Cranage.sports, I think, on TikTok. Donovan Cranage Broadcasting on Instagram. I'll have some coverage of the last two rounds on there, probably just the Eagles, but any other of these players that I'm into. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from my socials, it's just personal is Will.McD09. I got Will McDonald or Will.McDonald Broadcasting. I gotta check that. And Gridiron.Gospel for best sports talk show in Pittsburgh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Baseball, basketball, football.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You talk one sport.
Whoa, whoa. What about the 215 Sports Show?
That's Philly.
Yeah, but you said in Pittsburgh.
I said in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we're in Pittsburgh.
Okay,
I don't know.
Okay, in Boston. How about that?
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Nah, it's all jokes. It's all jokes.
You're going to the Miami Dolphins.
Career's over.
Now, where are my Dolphins fans at? There's a group right there. What are the Miami Dolphins getting from you?
Well, and the Magic upset the Pistons yet again.
I gotta say that looks good for my Celtics for playing the Olympics.
Football fans that love our game growing want to give Xavier Traore a big round of applause.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Also, just want to point out, Suns are down almost 10.
Yeah, well, that's not surprising.
No. The Flyers are on tonight at 8.
Yeah, they are. They're going for
In sweep?
Yeah.
No gentleman's sweep. Actually, I take that back. This isn't a.
It's a rivalry, and is it, bro? You just came in there and
It's
dominated.
I mean, it's a rivalry in the same way that. I'm not gonna say the obvious.
Because we're big brother. Is that what you mean?
Surely. Sorry. No, I meant a different sport.
Oh, you talking about? No, I don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't want to say Boston in the Sixers, but
no, you don't have to.
No,
it's only 2-1. It was a close game last night.
I was gonna go for like a more obscure rivalry, like
okay.
I go like Clemson and Wake Forest, like.
Okay, so sure. That's definitely an option.
It's a niche rivalry. I don't even know if it's a rivalry.
Duquesne and Rhode Island. Are we rivals in Rhode Island?
A-10 battle.
I don't even know who we're rivals with.
No. You want to talk about a good game? Yeah, pillow fight games.
Yeah.
Duquesne, Fordham, every year.
All right, well, here we go. The final selection is the Bills picking 41st in the 5th round, 181. The final selection here on Duquesne Student TV. Let's see who it is. Oh, Penn State. All right, so I'll end off the coverage by talking about someone I'm very familiar with. It's Zane Durant, the nose tackle out of Penn State, another veteran of college football, played significant snaps for the past 3 seasons there. Really didn't blow me away with anything but just a consistent factor of Penn State's run defense. He wasn't great at playing up to competition, so I'll be interested to see his role with that Bills defensive line. But that is really all I have. Again, thank you to everyone that's made this possible. It's been a pleasure. I know I speak for me and Will saying that's been an absolute pleasure and a great experience. Will, is there anything else you wanted to say before we get out of here?
I mean, you pretty much said it all. It's been a pleasure being able to cover this draft past 3 days, and again, DSTV to the absolute moon.
To the moon. All right. Well, thank you to everyone who watched. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you next year.